Hello everybody, welcome back to the show. Today I decided, you know what, I'm gonna do something a little bit different. Maybe it's not that different, but, the classic form of live streaming is, the just chatting kind. The kind where, basically what you do is, like, you're streaming, right? And you're also chatting. I know, it's crazy. It's a revolutionary idea that I've come up with all on my own, all by myself, really. Truly a genius idea. It truly is the idea of all time. What are we going to be talking about today? I genuinely have no idea. Am I going to keep this stream public after I'm done streaming? You better believe I probably am, though I might start unlisting streams soon, because not because I think that there's anything wrong with the content, but just because I don't know if I don't know, maybe I only want to have like big event streams or whatever, right? That are like that stay public, and then a bunch of unlisted streams that are like smaller streams or something like that, where it's like, oh, I'm just kind of chilling here, whether it be to play Minecraft or to talk to chat or whatever it may be. Whatever it is, maybe it doesn't fit on the channel for whatever reason. I genuinely could not tell you. I feel like because this channel is so disorganized right now, basically anything can fit on the channel. I don't know what to go for right now, and I think it's killing my channel. But, hello, Head Shell. Your channel has grown good. To see you'll be on your way. I appreciate that. I don't know if my channel has necessarily grown very much. It hasn't grown as much as I wish it had. Also, did you see I show Speed sickness? I did not. Is he sick or something? Has he died of cancer? I show Speed's in a lot of pain right now, and he's in the hospital. Well, that sounds like a skill issue. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I just realized my cat's trying to leave. Okay, hold on one second. Here you go. Okay, be free. Okay, sorry. I had to let my cat out. Femyoz made a baby cat. Wait, what? What are you implying here? Catboy Femyoz has his own cat child. Yeah, I suppose it's like it's like having a child in a way. Femyoz got bred and had a cat. Yeah, that's totally how getting boy pregnant works. That's exactly what happens. Oh god, my throat actually hurts though. Not for sussy reasons, okay? I'm not being sus, okay? Like, it genuinely, like, it's like I think I might be like sick or something. I genuinely couldn't tell you. Aiden Ross is streaming right now. Damn, that's crazy. Unfortunately, it appears that I do not give a shit. Hello, nifty gnarly. Welcome to the stream. Smash like if you want more weird, unplanned live streams like this one, where I just sort of talk to chat. I don't know what I'm doing here. I genuinely just, yeah. I don't even, what am I doing? Genuinely couldn't tell you. I might do a few stream segments, but, I don't know. I don't really have anything planned for today. Femyoz people have made, first-person horror game custom maps, and Tron racing maps, and Mario Kart maps, and search and destroy maps, and battle maps with custom NPCs in Fortnite. Damn, that's crazy. Sounds like something I could make in Minecraft. I'm just saying. If you can do it in Fortnite, you can do it in Minecraft, but better. That's just an objectively true fact. And that's without mods, by the way, or very few mods. Oh, man. I don't know whether or not this is a good or bad stream idea. Look, here's the thing, right? When it comes to deciding whether or not something is or isn't a good idea on the channel, it's really difficult, right? Because once you have a channel, whether or not, like, if you post something, right, and it's a good idea, but your channel is known for something else. That kind of skews things, right? So if you post a different style of content, it may do worse, but it might, like if you were to post it to a new channel compared to posting your current content to a new channel, maybe the current content would actually do worse, right? It's a very weird thing because I've always sort of been somebody that probably cares too much about numbers and whatnot, and it's like every time I see bad numbers, like it's genuinely like painful, right? It's genuinely painful. I don't know. Plot twist. Femyoz has his cat as his child since he's a cat boy, and he got bred by me. And Femyoz gave birth to a cat child. Lol. Yeah, that's definitely how that's how it works, guys. That's how it works. That's how it works. What did you eat for breakfast this morning? I don't know, Nifty Gnarly, cause I don't usually eat breakfast, so I guess hello, big brother TW. Welcome to the stream. I don't know what I would have had for breakfast the last time I had it though. Is what I mean. Cause I haven't had breakfast in a hot minute, as in like a really long time, probably. Last time I had breakfast, I probably had oatmeal or something. I don't know. It's hard to say. Usually, breakfast is one of those things where it's like, it's not that important of a meal. I can skip that one, okay? I've got lunch and maybe dinner. Who knows? I'm going to start laser hair removal soon, getting waxed every month. Stings, but it stings so good, hee hee. Yeah, that's like I don't know if I'm probably going to get laser hair removal at some point if I acquire the funds. Donate with my Streamlabs link in the pinned message and in the description can be used if you wanna help donate to my laser hair removal fund. Because I'm like as you can tell, like by default, I'm like a super hairy gorilla man. Okay, that's like look at how hairy I am. Oh, just the hair is just everywhere. Oh my god, guys, I usually skip lunch or dinner. Okay, I mean if I. Well, I was going to say I don't understand how you do that, but I do that all the time. I skip multiple meals a day usually. So I don't have breakfast ever. And then usually I'll have maybe, usually I'll have lunch and then not dinner, or not lunch and then dinner. Sometimes I'll have both, but it's like, I don't know. I don't know if it's like a bad thing. Breakfast is overrated. True. SMH, I hope my hair just falls off when I start HRT. Couldn't possibly afford laser. Yeah, it's not going to be when you start it. But maybe like a year into HRT, it'll magically work like that. I don't know. It's hard to say, right? Because, I've been on HRT for a little less than 2 months. I haven't really noticed too many changes. Now, obviously, a big part of that is going to be because things, I don't know, change slowly over time. I mean, that's kind of how HRT works. I love your eyes, so cute. Oh, well, thank you, Headshell. I appreciate that. But it's like HRT is one of those things where it's like, okay, you slowly change over time. Maybe I do look different from how I looked 2 months ago or something. I don't know. In my mind, I'll probably look the same, but I don't know. I mean, I'm only on, right now, for the first 3 months, right? So, I'm in the first 3 months. I'm just, I'm on just 1 milligram of estradiol, however you pronounce it, shut up. And I think 100 milligrams of spirolidactone, or whatever the anti-androgen is called. I think I pronounced it right. There's a non-zero chance I did, at least. I'm 24 and I've never shaved my facial hair. What do you mean? Do you mean like you just wax it? Or like, do you just grow a beard? Do you just not have facial hair? Is your face bald? Or something? It's like being bald but with your face instead of the top of your head. Which actually is probably a good thing in the eyes of many, I don't know. Man, I do miss the days when I could just, shave once a month and nobody would even notice. Basically, you couldn't even see anything. Because part of it is because my hair is blonde, right? It used to be lighter, by the way. It's not as light as it used to be. And also, well, obviously, as you grow older, um, well, unless you go on a HRT, your facial hair gets a little bit thicker over time. I hardly have any of my mustaches, like, literally so fine and light you cannot see it in pictures. I wonder if I'm this. I don't know. I'm jealous then, because I feel like I can see it if I don't shave it. But like maybe that's just me. I'm damn near 18 and I still have no facial hair. Man, when you guys say no facial hair, I don't know if you mean like no facial hair or like the amount of facial hair I get, which is way too much in my opinion, for me at least. Right? It's like I wouldn't be able to I've never grown enough facial hair to be able to like grow like a full-on mustache and a beard or anything like that. But it's like you can tell, right, that there's like a little bit of facial hair because it's like a slightly a different color, right? You can almost like if nothing else you can see like a mustache shadow. And that's something that gives me a lot of dysphoria. I'm not gonna lie. I just like, why the fuck is that there? It's like, oh, I don't know, just reasons, I guess. I don't think that, I don't know why I look 12. I mean, if God's real, he's a cuck. That's very true. YouTube chat censors everything I say. That's what's gonna. I don't know if okay. To Femyoz reader. Wait, what? What is going on here? But yeah, I don't know. If this is gonna be a good idea, a good format, or a terrible one, right? Because like, that's the thing, is I want to do content more often, right? That's the goal at least, right? Is make more content. I looked and sounded 12 till I was past 19. Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's like, okay, well, I ended up looking older than that, but part of me wishes I didn't, so that when I start HRT, there's like no effects of testosterone that are super obvious, right? I would love that, That'd be great. Also, I just noticed there's 8 concurrent viewers, but only 5 likes. Come on, what's going on here? Are you trying to not promote my content algorithmically, which consequentially leads to me literally starving to death because I didn't get my 2 cents of ad revenue? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Oh, let's go. All right, now we have 8 likes. Maybe we can get 9 likes. I mean, I don't know. Who knows? That'd be pretty sick. You're beautiful, Femyoz. Oh, well, thank you. Hey, Femyoz, do you like Foodorama? I don't know what that is. So I don't know. I genuinely couldn't tell you. I genuinely couldn't tell you. L show. Wait, what? Oh, you're referring to the show. The show with characters like Fry, the guy from the Shut Up and Take My Money meme. Yeah, I can't say I've ever seen that show, nor do I intend on it. And Bender, the guy from the Bite My Shiny Metal Ass meme. I don't. That is yeah, the mustache shadow is annoying, but nothing a little makeup magic can fix. Yeah, I don't know how to do makeup yet. That's the problem. I wonder if that's like something that women, like cis women, have to deal with as well. I hope it is, because then it's like, then it's not just like a me thing. It's not that I'm like, I don't know, like super. I don't know. You get what I mean. It's a great show. Only funny character and is. I don't know anything about that show, and I'm never gonna watch it. I'm just gonna say straight up. Um, yeah. It's just, yeah. Why would I? Oh wait, there's not even a good reason for me to, probably, I'll bet. But yeah, no, it's like a weird thing. Like the thing about YouTube that I don't like, if I'm gonna be completely honest, is it's like you always feel like your channel's doing terribly, except for instances in which it's not. right? There's some instances in which it's not, but most of the time, it's gonna do terribly, right? And it's like you can't figure out why. And it gives you like the worst anxiety, right? It's like I want to be able to do this as a career, right? But it's like I feel like I can't, right? It's not even a matter of whether or not I'm insecure in my ability to be entertaining, right? It's more along the lines of, okay, I know I'm able to be entertaining, but like YouTube just doesn't care and just doesn't promote my content. And it's like, why? Why does it do that? What did I do to deserve my content not being promoted algorithmically? You know? It's like, goddamn. Is it just cause it's like that's the thing, right? It's like I'll create like a video that's like medium level effort, right? And it'll do like very well, you know, compared to my other content, right? I mean, the first video on my channel was low effort in my opinion, and that's the most viewed video on my channel. It's got 20K views. But like then I do like a similar video topic or whatever, but like I do like it way better. It's like way more effort goes into it. For whatever reason it like doesn't do as well. I don't know why. It's like I don't know. It's like, oh yeah, your video is performing bad because reasons, I guess. And I don't know if it's because YouTube doesn't know who to promote my content to. Because it's like, okay, if you're a variety content creator, mainly due to, you know, the fact that I just want to, like, I see this channel as like trial and error. It's like an experimental channel, but maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I should focus on one style of content on this channel and then dedicate a different channel to trial and error to see what sticks. But it's like, I don't know. Some cis women grow a little bit of hair on the top lip, but it's more of a genetic thing. Some get it, so others don't. Okay. I mean, that's fair enough. I wonder if I would have that if I wasn't born male. That's like, I hope that, like, estrogen makes that go away. But, like, maybe it doesn't. But yeah, no, I know that, like, cis women can grow, like, a little bit of facial hair on, like, their upper lip or whatever. But I don't know how much that would be compared to, like, what I get, right? Like, I genuinely... but yeah, no, that's the weird thing, though. Like, I feel like, well, I can clearly see you in your video and your skin looks perfect and smooth and flawless. Well, that's because there's a filter. There's, like, a filter on. Hold on, maybe if I turn the filter off... I won't look nearly as good. Hold on. I'll do it anyway. Stop. No. Wait. Hold on. If I can. Hold on. 1 sec. I don't know why it's hold on. Oh, interesting. Oh, it's moved over there. Hold on. Hold on a minute. So, like, for instance, if I go over gear icon, 1 sec, sorry. So, wait, if I turn this off, this is what I actually look like. In terms, like, my skin is, like, not nearly as perfect. You can see it's like, okay, got tiny bit of... Now, part of it is sleep deprivation. You can kind of see. You can see the sleep deprivation in my eyes a little bit. But, yeah. Anyways. Where was I? What were we even talking about? I genuinely don't even know. Oh, wow, that's weird. Why did that make the camera quality all fuzzy? That's weird. It's not supposed to do that. Okay, well, I don't... Okay, now it looks fine. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I just... Yeah. You will never be a real woman or man, or whatever you identify as. Okay, Dorian. So wait, what do you think I identify as? What if I identify as so if I identify as a man, right? Let's say, then that means I'm a woman. But if I identify as a woman, that means I'm a man. Is that what you're saying? Dorian? Yeah, I'm gonna call you Dorian. All right. I identify as a Dacia Duster SUV. How about you, Chris? Chris as in like Chris Tyson or what? I gotta go. Have fun. Goodbye, Big Brother TW. I zoned out, not gonna lie. I mean, fair enough. Only thing with Laser is that it takes time, like about 2 years to complete, but it's worth it from what my friends have said. Yeah, again, I obviously don't. I'm not super mega rich, so I'm not gonna bother with that right now, at least. But yeah. Are you huffing that duster? That's a good question, Davros539. You remind me of Chris Tyson. Good. I'm glad. Chris Tyson is based. That's what I've always wanted to hear. So, thank you for the compliment. Smash like if you like Chris Tyson. I mean, we're currently at 8 likes. If it goes to 9 likes or 10 likes, we know that, people tuning in, smashing like, are in support of Chris Tyson, because Chris Tyson is based. Chris Tyson ain't based. Why not? Why? Fun fact, the great Sneeko used to work for Mr. Beast. Well, Mr. Beast was too good for Sneeko, and yes, I actually know that. I know who Mike Tyson is, not Chris Tyson. Well, Chris Tyson is based. He cross-dresses his small son. By that, do you mean there was a photo they took where their son chose to wear clothes that aren't traditionally masculine? Like, again, there's like it's like, oh, okay, maybe have you considered the possibility, just the possibility that maybe perhaps, when your father dresses a certain way, right? Maybe you might be inclined to copy that behavior yourself. Do you think that maybe perhaps potentially that could be a natural inclination of somebody's kid? All jokes aside, I love your videos. Keep up the good content. Ooh, why, thank you. I appreciate that. Now do something cute bent over again. Wait, what? Why? Also, Femyoz, their son did not choose to wear those clothes. It's a literal baby. You mean a toddler? I mean, a toddler can point to things, right? They can be like, yeah, that's the clothes I want, without even saying it, right? Or alternatively, if that's not the case, I also don't care. There are plenty of I'm pretty sure, like, regular straight cisgender people have have done the same thing. And oftentimes, I'm pretty sure that's a thing people do. Whatever, they'll have their kid, they'll put their child, in whatever, they'll have their child cross dressed before their child is even aware of what that is, and then take pictures of that. That's something that people have done. It's like, it doesn't really, I don't see what the harm is. Now if Chris Tyson was like, oh, you better wear these clothes, and then the kid was like, no, I don't wanna, and Chris Tyson was like, nah, you have to wear them anyway, that would be shitty, right? Like, that, obviously. But I don't think that's Femyoz still hasn't uploaded content to his OnlyFans, and it's still $50 a month. Has anybody paid for my OnlyFans? I genuinely haven't checked to see. I hope some people have. My OnlyFans is really cool. So I'll see. I'll have to see. All right. Please verify that your payout details are up to date. Okay. Wait, hold on. Let me go to my profile. I can't show this because it's just so good. Um, but yeah, I uh I post some really cool things on my OnlyFans. That's all I'm gonna say. How do you check how many? Oh, statistics maybe? Okay. In the last 30 days, last 90 days, I've made $0. Yeah. All right. Earnings, payout requests. What? Chargebacks? Have I? Yeah. Yeah, so basically, I have not made 1 cent from my OnlyFans, is what it looks like. Purchases. Oh, that was, oh, never mind. No, those aren't purchases. Never mind. I know for like, whatever, a week or something, the thing was free. There's like nothing on there. So, sorry. I'm just, okay. Well, I have not made money from that, so that sucks, I guess. Femyoz is extremely ultra cute. Why, thank you. I appreciate that. I can't find your OnlyFans. You'll find it eventually. People donate Femyoz money to do things for us. Yes, you can do that, by the way. I mean, if you give me a financial incentive to do something, you better believe I will be way more inclined to do that. I'm just saying. But yeah. Hold on, wait. Let me scroll up. If I ever have kids, I will have them cross-dressed just to piss off the conservatives, but only, of course, if the kids are okay with it. Yeah, exactly. Dear baby Jesus, you have an OnlyFans? Yeah, it's mainly just like, it's just like shit posts. It's just like me like saying cum fart. I think was something. There's just like just like, I think I posted a picture of like iDubbbz on there. I think I posted, like a clip of a new video that hadn't been released yet. Yeah. Tummy pics when? Like right now, you mean? Like this? Well, I guess this is like video footage of like my waist or whatever. Do I have a nice... Does my waist look nice? Now bent. What if I... Yeah, maybe I will. But yeah, fit check. I like the skirt. This is a classic. One of my favorite fits. Oh my god, I almost fell down. Femyoz, what are you going to do if I pin you up against that bald Martin post on your wall? I don't know. Looks very nice indeed. Why, thank you. Where did you buy that skirt? Shein.com or whatever the site is called. It's actually, there's a link to it in my newest video. My newest video is actually called 7 Femboy Outfit Ideas, okay? I posted it today. Be Still My Heart. Femyoz, do you know Klaus Lohannes? I do not. But bro looks like a Stolfo. Aw, hell yeah. Let's go. My number one goal in life, actually. At least one of them. Is to... Okay, no, that would be my number 2 goal. My number 1 goal is become famous YouTuber. Sweet, thanks. I'll check that out. Even though I only hear bad things about Shein. Oh, yeah, so do I. But, like, I'm poor. And I can't afford anything else. So, it's like, I don't... Look, I'm not personally responsible for I'm pretty sure they use like child slave labor and shit, but there's nothing I can personally do to fix it, right? It's like, well, I'm not personally responsible for the system at play. In all fairness, it's like, okay, like if you're like poor and don't have any money, it's like, well, but that's the thing. Also, Femyoz, Chris, Jennifer, why are you ignoring me? For 2 seconds, you mean? Search him up, he's so hot. I'm too scared to do that. My goal is restoring the kingdom of Dacia. What? Fuck those kids. Hey, yo, that's illegal. That's illegal. Those are minors we're talking about. Why do you want to fuck minors? It's kind of weird, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Also, the only good news, or not the only good news. That sounds really fucking negative. I guess there is good news, which is that my channel is monetized again, because I lost monetization for a bullshit reason, basically. Yeah. Femyoz, can I 1v1 you and no. Poor kids. Not like that, bruh. Minors are pretty ass. Yeah, so true. Fuck you, bro, who said that. Dacia was pretty based. Hold up. Okay, I don't even know. I prefer real women like Asphira from the hit series Ninjago. Femyoz, I'ma raise me and use future kids to love Fortnite and hate Minecraft. Yeah. No. Good luck with that. It sounds like, and just that you've just given a reason for the court to decide that you do not deserve custody of any children ever, period. You cannot 1v1 Femyoz in Fortnite because I'm already getting married to him. Yeah, I don't even know. I don't know. Is this a good stream idea? Is this a bad idea? Do you like this? Do you not like this? Is my other stuff better? I don't know. I guess you'll never know the answer. I couldn't tell you, frankly. I don't know. It's weird though because like, okay, I need to stop complaining about stuff like this, but it's like, okay, you know, I make a video, right? And it's like I edit the shit out of it, okay? It's like I put so much effort into it, right? And it's like, oh, you know, it's like it's doing like slightly worse than average. And it like why? It's like I think my channel was doing better by quite a bit when I was just uploading stream segments. I think maybe hey, thank you, Mutated Cutie, for becoming a channel member once again. Cause oh yeah, that's right. Cause it must have unrenewed your membership or whatever when my channel was demonetized for a bullshit reason. But yeah. Anyways, that's a Yo, Femyoz, you're the expert in sexual stuff here. If Asphira is a human snake, would she lay eggs or give mammal birth like human if I had sexy I don't fucking know. I love this idea. So much fun chatting with you. Well, I'm glad to hear that. What's even happening? I genuinely couldn't tell you. See that? Thank you, Mutated Cutie. You made my thighs appear on screen. I'm just saying, if you want to make my thighs appear on screen, you better believe that the best way to do that is to become a channel member right now. If you want to see my thighs even more. But no, I do not know Asphira. I don't know. Femyoz, I asked you a question. I don't know the answer, okay? That's the answer, okay? But it's like, okay, you know, I uploaded this video, right? Okay? It gets 8 out of 10. And it's like my most highly edited video. I spent so long making the editing perfect and stuff to maximize audience retention, okay? And I spent a decent amount of time on the thumbnail as well. And it's like, oh, okay, so it gets 8 out. It's like slightly less views than typical. That's great. It's 8 out of 10. The only 2 that are below that are literally just stream segments that weren't really edited. And then Terminally Online is like an unedited shitpost. Unhinged Nazi Wants to Kill Autistic People was a stream segment. These videos are decent. This was a high effort video. This was high effort. This was a stream segment in the #1 spot. This just go like, again, this is why it's so frustrating. It's like, I don't know what's like, do people enjoy some of the lower effort stuff content more than they enjoy high effort stuff? It's like, I don't looking at that makes your mental health worse, sis. Stop looking at the rank. But it's like, I need to look at it because I have to know, why is my channel dying? Because I want to do this for a living, right? And it's like, oh, okay. YouTube just arbitrarily decides maybe, but like, it's probably, I don't know why. Why does it do, I don't know what I did to deserve this. I don't know. It's like YouTube's way of saying, fuck you, your content's gotten worse even though you've been putting more effort into it, right? That's basically what it boils down to. Pee-wee died? What? What does that even mean? Trust me, I would become a member and donate to your estrogen fund, but I'm very broke. God, don't worry about it. Do not worry about it. I don't blame you for that. R.E.P., that's sad, yeah. Very sad. Do you know the song Living in the USA from Casa Loco? No. Where is that one super cute trans girl that was sitting on your lap a few months ago? They were so damn hot. Had a hat, looking sexy, yeah. Oh, are you talking about Kona? Well, I was sitting on her lap, but yeah. Yeah, that was, I don't know, we just stopped talking to each other. I don't know, I was probably like too annoying or something. Or like, I don't know. I think my sense of humor might have been slightly too edgy for her liking. I don't know. I think I might have said things that like crossed a few lines. Probably, and that maybe that would be why, or she just lost interest. I don't know. But it's like, you know, either way, that's probably what happened. So it's like, I'm not gonna like it's like, well, if the other person, you know, doesn't care enough to like reach out to me or anything, it's like, whatever. And then I also don't care, right? Because it's like, well, you know, I regret searching up Asphera. Yeah, I'm not gonna search it up because it sounds like a bad idea. But I'm surprised, Femyoz the Island Boy. I forgot about the Island Boys. Island Boys are fucking, oh my god. But yeah, I know that they're really weird. They're like very low IQ, very strange specimens. That's my best description of them. She's literally a character from a LEGO series. What could be so bad? I don't know. Usually when people tell me, hey, have you ever looked at this thing? It's like, the answer is no. And they're like, why don't you go look at it? It's like, okay. And then if I do, it's like, it's some weird shit. And it's like, oh, gee. Gee, golly. Oh, gee, golly. Color me shocked. You can sit on my lap if you wish, lol. I am a trans girl. I can't say I'd be opposed to it. Assuming that you're of legal age. Hey, Femyoz, I got a content idea for you. Okay, bet. Also cute fit today. Why, thank you. And what is your content idea? Because I need that. It's like, she's a toy dragon. How do you find that sexy? Femyoz, here's a content idea to do more gaming streams. I don't know. I mean, they don't do particularly well. I'm 21. Okay, yeah, bet. Talking about the shit going on with the Island Boys. I could do that. I don't know anything about it. Yo, what the fuck? Okay. Alright. Dorian, why the I think, you know what? I don't know. You know what? I'm just gonna ignore chat when there's schizo shit. When people are just schizo posting just weird, weird racist shit. Just ignore it, you know? Just ignore it. It's what I do best, is ignore all of the, listen to head in its entirety. What is that? Block it like I do. Femboy GTA roleplay would be interesting. I don't think I'll be doing that anytime soon. I don't know. So Omegle would be pretty good. I'm banned on Omegle, and I literally do not know why. I like genuinely no idea why. I could not tell you. But I know I am. I think. I mean, I can look and see. They only ban people's show dicks. Well, I have not done that. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I went on there as like I think I tried going on there like when I was like a little kid or like a teenager, and it was like obvious that I was underage. So maybe that was why. I don't know why I would be banned, but Monkey app is better. What the fuck is Monkey app? TikTok NPC ideas. See, here's okay, chat. I have this weird dilemma right now, okay? So I'm gonna make a second channel, right? I don't feel obliged to post there yet or anything like that. I don't know if maybe I'll do some weird one-off content there. I have no idea. But I don't know if I want to do upload stream segments there or here. What would you guys prefer? Because I want to upload stream segments as their own videos. And I'm thinking maybe I'll like have like some that are like super highly edited and then I post them on this channel here. Okay. You could maybe do reaction / media share or something. I'm not gonna hyper focus. I'm not gonna use TikTok ever. Plus, I would have to mute all the music and stuff so I don't get copyright claimed. It would just be annoying. I don't like TikTok. I don't enjoy it. Monkey app is like Omegle, but better, and hood dudes use Monkey. Femboy Monkey app or Omegle content would blow up for sure. Yes, do reactions. What kind of reactions? I mean, I guess I already do those on stream. Sometimes when it's like as in like stream segments maybe. Hold on, let me close my blinds 1 sec. You know, once it's lighter inside than outside, I should always close my blinds. It's a good idea. I love the femboy Minecraft streams. Yeah, that's like the weird thing, is like the people that do watch them really like them, but it's like they don't do well algorithmically. So it's like, Femyoz, I love your makeup. It makes you look very adorable and quite submissive with the fit. Aw, why thank you. It's actually not makeup, it's a filter. But yeah, I don't know how to do makeup yet. Start streaming on Kick. No. Would you ever make a Fansly account? I mean, maybe. You could make, like, on-the-street interviews like Sneeko did before he went schizo. No, I'm not doing that. One, I'm scared of people in real life, so that sounds really terrifying. And two, I'd have to, like, find some, like, area to do that isn't close to where I live, because I don't want to fucking dox myself. Maybe do a collab stream. I don't know, I mean, I could do your makeup. I mean, that sounds nice. I've always wanted there to be, like, somebody that can, like, do my makeup for me and then, like, slowly teach me, like, what they're doing. Lichfop wants to do you. Ah, yes, astute observation, cat. Meet me, I promise I won't kill you. I mean, fair enough. I mean, so a girlfriend? Wait, what? Yeah. Well, that's the thing, though, is, like, yeah, maybe I do want a girlfriend. Or as Christine Weston Chandler likes to say, a boyfriend-free girl, or whatever the fuck he refers to it as. If Femyoz met me IRL, then 9 months later, he would be a mother. I'm single, lol. I mean, I don't e-date, but that's because, like, okay, I feel like e-dating is difficult if your love language is literally just physical touch and whatnot. Like, it's like, what the fuck do you do then? It's like, that's like the one thing I can't have. That will drive me insane. Like, it's like, well, you know, e-dating sounds great and all, but it's like, it's not the same if you don't get cuddle sessions, right? The thing is that Femyoz can't deal with long distance. I would ask them to date right now, but long distance kind of screws them over. Yeah, exactly. All right, I'll see if I can go on Omegle. All right, I'm gonna. Oh God, I'm scared. All right, what are your interests? Okay, I'll say femboy, femboys, femyos. Actually, that's a bad idea. Then people on, you know what? Fine, femyos, and then maybe someone on stream goes on Omegle. Eat the beans on toast, femyos. I don't like beans. Femyos, be careful because, you know, people be showing their PP on Omegle. Yeah. That's why I'm gonna have it like in full screen camera mode. Every time I switch to a new person. Monkey app has better mods. We might do that later. Better for trolling. Has hood dudes. I don't know. I wish there was an auto AI thing where it would instantly block anything like that. Yeah, I mean, yeah. All right. I guess what else do I want to talk about? Trans femme YouTube. What else? I'm trying to think. Yeah. Yes, I typed Femyos as one of my interests. Yeah. Where's your address? I won't kidnap and stab you or anything. That would be weird. Yeah. It's a good thing that you wouldn't do that. You gotta put streaming so you can find people who don't have their dicks out. Streaming. I don't think that will change anything. I'd type Femyos as one of my interests. Yeah, that's what I did, because I know there's like a chance somebody on stream. I got insta-banned on Omegle for whatever reason, lol. I think that happened to me for some reason. I don't know why, but I don't think it happened on this. I think it happened on like a different device though. So maybe it won't have that issue. All right. We'll do video chat. All right. I really hope this doesn't like our restrictions have changed. You must be 18 or older. By checking the box, you agree to the yeah, I don't care. I'm not reading it. Hello.
Look at me. Look at me. I'm feeling pretty.
Hello. How are you doing? Hello? Hi. How are you doing? Hello? Are you muted? Okay then. Hello. How are you doing? Stranger is typing. Really pretty? Why, thank you. Can I see your legs? Onlyfans.com/femyos. Yeah. Wait, how do you, Hello.
Hey.
How's it going?
Good. What's up?
Not much. Just,
Where are you from?
I'm from Kabul, Afghanistan.
What the fuck?
What?
You look American. You look white.
Yeah, maybe I'm doing whiteface.
Alright, bye.
Oh my god, bro, you are gay.
No, you. You're
You
more
are gay?
gay. No, you're gay.
You gay. Why
You're
are you
gay.
like this?
You're gay. If this
You
isn't
have
peak
IQ 10?
masculinity, then I don't know what is.
You don't know what gay means?
No. I'm saying if I'm not peak masculinity, then I don't know what is.
Okay.
I
You
think
know
I
how to
think I
speak
think you're
Arabic?
gay. I think you're gay
I'm gay.
Okay,
Why?
how?
Why?
because you're a homosexual, obviously.
See? Listen.
Okay, I'm listening.
Okay. Do you know how to speak Arabic?
No, not really.
Okay. Do you want to know something?
No.
Why?
Okay.
Way too scary.
Sorry, I was getting bored. Hello.
Yo,
How are you doing?
I'm doing really well. You look like my friend Lil Text.
Well, your friend sounds really cool.
He is really cool, man. You like VR
Thanks.
chat?
No, I don't play VR chat or I don't use that. Maybe I should. People keep telling me to.
I mean, that's where I found my friend Lil Text.
Damn. I'm so bad at this. Hello. Well, goddamn. Hello. Jeez. Hello. How's it going? You what? Greetings and salutations.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it was my nigga ninja skill coming out.
Well, damn.
Stay right there. Stay right there. I'm gonna
Hey,
put
yo, I
lotion
don't-
on my body. I'm gonna moisturize my knees.
Your
Oh.
knees? Do you have dry
Ooh.
knees?
Ooh, for you love them knees moist as hell. I know you do. Can
You
see
better
it in
believe it.
your
Yeah,
eyes.
you don't want the
Yeah.
knees to get dry. You know,
Mhm.
that would not be good.
Yeah, look at it shine. Look at it gleam. You know I'm irresistible.
Damn, that's crazy. All right. Hello.
Bye.
How are you doing on this fine Monday evening?
Please go skip me. I am very tired.
Same. Okay. Body's bad. Hello. Greetings and salutations. I'm doing just fine. What am I doing? I'm streaming. Chat. What am I doing? I mean, that's a good question. I'm trying to stream snipe Femyoz. Goddamn. I think if you don't have a camera, you get insta banned. Is that true? Hello.
Fuck you.
Did you? Hello.
Femyoz. Me, let's fail.
Yo, what's up?
Fortnite's epic.
How's
Fortnite's
it
better
going?
than Minecraft. Fortnite's the best game ever.
Cap.
That's all I have to say.
Cap. Hello. What the? Hello. What the fuck? Why hello? Okay. Hello? Okay. They don't have a mic. Hello? Jesus.
Hi.
Greetings and salutations, comrade.
Fuck that commie bullshit.
What Okay, I was gonna ask him a question, but okay. Hello. God damn. Yo, what's good? What's your favorite logarithmic function? Damn. Hello. Okay. Hello.
What the fuck are you?
Your mom.
Wow, that was crazy. Man.
I know, that's crazy, bro.
Fucking get a dick.
I already have one. What the fuck? Hello. Do a girl voice. I don't know how to. Hello. Hello? This shit scares me. Why hello? Hello? Okay. This thing's... Hello? This thing fucking scares me. Holy shit. Hello?
Hello.
So, what's your, favorite logarithmic function?
That's a hard question.
It sure is. Want to know what else is hard?
Yeah.
I can't do this. Hello. Okay. This is terrifying. Hello? This is scary. Hello.
Hi. You look gorgeous.
Why, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you deserve to hear that. How old are you?
I'm 12. How old are you?
Wait, what?
I'm just fucking with you. Male U.S. fat pay pit. Wait, what?
What's good?
Hello.
Illinois, what's up?
Greetings and salutations.
Salutations back to you, Illinois. What is on your wall?
That, my friend, is Bald Martin, the most beautiful bald man in the history of mankind.
That's very lovely. I love that.
It sure is.
Oh my god, I love that. Okay, I'm currently hunting down someone, so I will be back. If you see me, we'll talk. But I'm hunting them down, and I'm gonna
Alright,
get
bet.
them where it hurts. Alright, cool. Love your ears, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Alright, have a good one. Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing all right. What the fuck kind of conversation is that? Hello? Okay. Hello.
Why do you have furry ears on?
Why don't you have furry ears on,
Are you on Discord?
No, I'm actually not.
Are you streaming right now?
Maybe.
Okay, but actually, in all honesty, I do love those furry ears. Actually, not gonna lie.
Oh, well,
Can you
thank
hear
you.
music in the background? Or not?
Yeah. Oh, hello again.
Yo,
How's it going?
what's up, gangy?
Not
just
much.
joined? Who is that?
Wait, what?
Sorry, my bad.
I feel like he's a streamer. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Sup?
So.
How's it going, bro?
How are you? Where are you from?
I'm from North Korea. What about you?
Where are you from?
North Korea. What about you?
You two don't speak English.
What? I'm so confused now. I don't know what's going on. What the fuck just happened? Hello? Hello? That's fucking awkward. Hello?
Oh my god, it's a furry.
Yeah, what's up, bro? Your room is really dark.
Yeah, I know. No
Have you-
shit, Sherlock. It's fucking 2 in the morning.
Have you tried turning the lights on?
No, I come off. So I can't see my problems.
Oh, damn. I mean, that's fair enough.
Yeah. But obviously you can't see much because you're a furry, mate.
Wait, what?
You can't see the truth. You can't see reality. You're a fucking piss take
Wait,
faggot.
whoa. God damn, he wouldn't even let me debate him. I was gonna ask him to explain his position there. I was gonna ask him what my false belief is. Because I don't have one.
You again, you Poppy.
Yo, what's
I
up?
shine my other knee for you.
Did you put lotion on your other knee?
Yeah.
Damn, that other knee of yours must be really moist. It's always good to...
Please help dirt. Shit
Hell yeah.
late.
Hell yeah.
Furry of the
Cool ceiling, bro.
Thank you. I love your ears.
Why, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know where... Okay.
Are you a furry?
I don't know. Am I?
I mean,
Maybe.
I see the ears, so I'm just asking.
Ah. Well, no. I'm actually a femboy. Rate the fit. Oh, shoot. I almost fell. I almost fell from my chair. It's a good thing I didn't.
Jesus.
Well, I always do that whenever I'm streaming. I'm streaming now, by the way.
Yeah, you're.
Yeah. Anyways, have a good one. Yo. What's good? Yes, I am a femboy.
Yeah.
Yo. Oh. Yo, what's up?
Twice in a row. Better than Minecraft.
No, Minecraft is superior.
Twice in a row. Fortnite's better than Minecraft.
No,
You got
Fortnite
sniped
bad.
twice in
Fortnite
a
bad.
row.
Fortnite is dog shit. It's the worst video game in the history of mankind. It's very bad. I hate it. It's so bad. Yo. Why, thank you. I appreciate that. Sup, bro?
Sup?
How's it going? How's the wife and kids?
I don't have a wife and kids.
What if I am the wife and kids? Have you ever thought about that?
It's a good deal. Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm gonna.
You're very quiet.
Hi. Can you listen to me better?
Yeah, that's a bit better.
Okay. Pretty far away of the mic. So, you wanna be my wife and kids at the same time? Or something weird like that? I don't
Yes,
understand.
that is exactly what I want. Yo, what's up?
Smash.
Hell yeah.
But you wonder where I've been.
What's up, bro?
What's up, dude?
How's it going?
I'm chilling. You dressed up as a cat?
Maybe, yeah, something along the lines of that. So, I don't know. It truly is the fit of all time. I'm just saying. Oh god, it fell
Bro,
off.
are you wearing stockings?
Hell yeah, I am.
How old are you, man?
19.
Oh, okay. You live with
Yeah.
your parents?
Currently I actually do. But, yeah, no, I truly am a man of culture. Manliest man of all time.
Oh yeah, you seem very alpha male. Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Andrew Tate.
Hell yeah. Well, Andrew
Yeah.
Tate is the bottom G. I'm the top G. He wishes he could be me.
You're a top.
Maybe.
Put your Instagram in the chat.
Ah, well, I don't have to do that. Instead, I'm gonna put my YouTube. Oh. Oops, my bad. I was typing to somebody else. Okay. What's up, bro? Hello? Okay.
I'm confused on what's going on here.
Wanna fuck?
It's so blunt.
What's up, bro? Oh. Okay, that's... Jeez, this thing is so, Hello? What the fuck? What's up? I'm doing great. This is so much more difficult. It's people without the cameras.
Hello.
Hello.
How you doing? What's your name?
My name is Bob McAfee. What about you?
Travis. Where you from?
I'm from North Korea.
Not bad, not bad. How's everything?
Oh, it's going great, you know. Over here in North Korea, you know, we're all having the time of our life over here, you know.
Why don't you try to defect to South Korea?
'Cause North Korea is where it's at, you know. It's like, you know, it's just a great place to live. Yeah, there's like no flaws. There's not even a single one, you know.
Right, it's like living in Iraq. Just as good as living in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Oh yeah, dude, sometimes I love going over to Kabul, Afghanistan is my vacation spot, you know. It's a great place
Kabul's
to be.
all right.
Hell yeah.
How about Tehran, Iraq?
Hell yeah.
Tehran. How's everything? I like your bunny ears.
Why, thank you. I appreciate
Not bad. You're welcome. You're welcome. I was just scrolling on Omegles. Nobody interesting. You're the first interesting person that I encountered so far tonight.
That doesn't surprise me, considering the number of uninteresting people without cameras I've encountered. Which is,
Right.
It's like and it's worse for me, right? Because it's like I'm streaming right now. Like I stream on YouTube, right? And so it's like, okay, now I have to deal with, you know, okay, I have to make sure that I don't accidentally show somebody that's like doing weird shit on screen if they are. So I always have to be cognizant of that. And then it's like, oh, there's like people that just like don't use microphones, and it's like this isn't good content. But yeah.
What do you stream on YouTube, by the way?
I'll put it in my chat, or in the chat. So you just search my name, and then.
Okay, no problem. Do you do like live gaming?
Occasionally, but usually I just do like debates and stuff like that.
Okay, like podcasts.
Yeah. I also do it as like a podcast as well. Yeah.
What's the latest topic you was discussing? The last topic or the current topic that you've been discussing lately?
I guess. Well, aside from your daily dose of YouTube drama, I guess. I don't know. I usually talk about like politics, specifically trans issues.
Ukraine just bombed Moscow, and Russia is talking about retaliating with nukes.
Yeah, I don't know too much about foreign policy and whatnot. That's one of my so I don't usually debate people on that. As fun as it sounds to debate I don't know, batshit crazy tankies that defend Russia, it's like, well, I'd rather not do that. But yeah, sounds like Ukraine is pretty based. Anyways, have a good one.
Thank you. All right, buddy. All right.
Oh my god, it's you again.
Debate me.
On what?
Why you're fucking gay. Yeah.
So is that debate?
Yes, that's the subject. Yeah.
No, let's actually have a
what
real
evidence
debate.
do you have?
What
evidence do you have to support that you're not gay?
You look like a very sophisticated man.
Yes,
so
I am. I'm the top G.
Debate.
Okay, Andrew Tate is the bottom G.
Andrew Tate's a poff.
Andrew Tate is the bottom G. I'm just saying, especially compared to me.
But you look like a very sophisticated person, so I think we should actually have a real debate.
All right, what do you want the subject to be?
Go on, whatever you want.
All right, what's your stance on trans issues?
You can do what you want, just don't inflict it on children and don't bring it into sports.
I mean, I don't usually talk about the sports thing. What do you mean by when you talk about, okay, whatever, the forcing it on children kind of talking point. What are you referring to?
So a very good example is what's it called? LGBT month, whatever the fuck, yeah. All those parades where literal men are walking around with their penises out around children. That's a bit weird.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. It doesn't happen very often. It's usually either, it's either an irresponsible parent bringing their kid to an adult to an 18 plus event.
It doesn't happen very often. No, it doesn't happen very often. But neither do Catholics raping children. Doesn't mean it's okay.
Well, no, I never said it was okay. At what point during this discussion did I say it's good to have children around people that are completely naked?
It is a flawed argument to say it doesn't happen a lot.
Okay, so is it like so do you that also believe? Would you bite the bullet then and say that the Catholic Church? Well, I guess fair enough. You would make that same criticism of there are some really bad people in the Catholic Church, right? And that's a problem with the Catholic Church. All right, if you're willing to bite that bullet, then
trans people being perverts.
Like this isn't something inherent to being in the.
If somebody is over 18 and they want to go to man to woman, it's perfectly their choice. That's
okay, so wait, hold on. So you don't believe
you can't tell me what to call you, like I can't tell you what to call me.
Okay, so what if? Okay, first of all, you're going all over the place. So if I decide to use she, her pronouns for you, you're fine with that then, right?
You can call me what you want.
All right.
I do not give a fuck.
Can I call you the N-word?
Yes.
So glad to hear that.
Freedom of speech.
I'm so glad to hear that, my nigga.
Anyone can say nigga, like anyone can say anything. It's freedom of speech. I can call you a man, I can call you a woman, you could do the same to me.
Yeah,
you can't stop
this is
saying what I
the
want.
thing, right? Like, there's a difference between what you can do and what you should do, right? There's a difference between having the right to say something versus, saying something that maybe
I think
you
I
shouldn't
should say whatever I want.
Well, yeah, you can say whatever you want, right? I'm not saying. Well, I'm not. Okay, but if you're gonna make an ought statement instead of a I should have the ability to type of statement, those are categorically very different, right? That's not a freedom of speech.
I should say what's on my mind.
Why?
Because that is inherent to me. My opinion matters to me.
Okay, and
so I should be able to stick to what I believe and say if you come across like a man to me, then I'm going to be able to call you a he, she.
Sure, but
he, him.
Sure, but I can respond to that by saying, "Wow, that's kind of an asshole thing to say," right? Like that's a.
Well, it might be an asshole thing to do, but
right, but again,
I'm a prick,
freedom of speech doesn't necessitate freedom of consequence, right? So if people don't like you, right, if you're seen as very unlikable and you're willing to accept that, then I guess fine. But I don't know. It seems like very counterproductive to me.
I think the people are very unlikable to a lot of the population.
Sure, but anyone can be unlikable.
And they do not care. They do not care. They do not care what people think about them. Yes or no?
Wait, who specifically?
Just transgender people. Because
I guess it depends on the trans person. We're not a monolith, believe it or not.
So if the majority, disagree with what they do and they still do it, they do not care about their opinion, yes or no?
Well, obviously, usually I would say the majority does not, because their opinion is, well, invalid. It's not grounded in reality or logic or reasoning or anything like that. Usually it's grounded in religious presuppositionalism and a bunch of other dumb bullshit, right? It's
Well, I just believe on the premise of biology that a man's a man and a woman's a woman.
Okay, so what do you... When you say the term woman, what are you referring to? Are you referring
a female?
So you're referring to a biological construct. Okay. So how many genders do you believe there are?
2.
Then what gender are intersex people?
Okay, right. I hear this argument a lot, and it makes no sense. Right. How many fingers do people have?
I asked you a question.
intersex people, they're an outliner. Just like
No,
how
no,
many
no, no, no,
eyes?
no, 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 no. You're not
How
going to
many
weasel away
arms?
from this.
How many arms
No,
does
you're
a
not
human
going to
have?
weasel away from this. What gender are intersex people? If sex and gender are the
Whatever their
same
chromosomes
thing,
are.
if
Whatever their
sex,
chromosomes are. Whatever their chromosomes are.
okay, so first of all, you're aware of the fact that somebody can be born with XY, but they're biologically female, right? Because that Y chromosome doesn't end up getting used. There's some sort of or there's some sort of androgen insensitivity or whatever
Would you not
whatever
agree
is
that that's an
causing it.
outliner, though? Would you not agree?
Wait. So
that that is-
you acknowledge then that there are exceptions to the rule then.
Just
right?
like there's exceptions to every rule.
Okay.
How many arms
so
do
then
humans
why
have?
so then why is that an exception to the rule, but not trans people? Have you decided
Because I still would acknowledge it in biological fact. It's an outline. It's an
biological
outlier.
fact? It's an
It's an
outlier.
outlier. Okay.
So
How many arms
are
do
sex
humans
and
have?
gender the same thing? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so then if intersex people are intersex, right? That's their sex. Then wouldn't they be intersex gender by your own standard?
Okay. So in intersex, are you talking about a difference between chromosomes and
No.
reproductive systems, or having both of them?
For the sake of argument, we'll talk about a hermaphrodite, somebody that has both a dick and a vagina, and you
Okay,
don't know what their
so-
chromosomes are. Okay.
Okay, so what happens to be so with a lot of hermaphrodites, which is actually according to a lot of trans people a very insensitive term.
I don't care.
The penis happens to be smaller on a lot of them. They can't produce the same levels as testosterone as a man, even though they have a penis.
Okay,
There's a lot of
So then what
things
what
that
are
come
they?
with it.
So then how do you categorize them?
As an outlier, as a person.
As what gender?
who's-
What is their gender? So are they
Whatever
are they
one is more
are they
prevalent,
person
whatever's
gender?
more prevalent.
Are you saying that they're outlier gender?
No, whatever's prevalent.
Whatever's prevalent.
A lot of
And who
hermaphrodites
decides
actually have their
who
penis.
gets to decide
Right,
what
a
is or isn't
hermaphrodite-
prevalent?
Many
Do you decide-
hermaphrodites, yeah.
Do you
are born
decide
with
what is or
micropenises
isn't
that
prevalent?
are removed at birth. You can't use hermaphrodites when
Wait,
most of them have.
wait. What was that? What was that you said about something being removed at birth? Could you repeat that?
Right, so a lot of hermaphrodites are born with micropenises that get removed at birth.
Removed at birth. So now
Yes, they do.
you have shifted the goalpost. Are you aware of the fact that now you have just argued that any surgery or procedure that happens after you are born supersedes what you are born as? Are you aware of that?
It doesn't supersede it. No.
You just said
I would
that.
say
but then
when-
why would you bring up the fact that
Because
they get their
biologically,
micropenises
that
removed?
person, that hermaphrodite, can't produce the same levels as testosterone.
Some
testosterone.
some
as an actual
cisgender
man.
men can't produce the same level of testosterone. There are some men that are born male that identify as men.
But there's a
that-
direct link with hermaphrodites.
Okay, but if your standard of what
There's
is or
not
isn't
a-
a man
it's not.
is levels of testosterone, then what about somebody that's born as a biological male that goes on estrogen and testosterone blockers? If it's measured by the level of testosterone, then they would be women, right?
They're still biologically a man.
Biologically, so wait, but you applied the testosterone levels as your biological standard.
when it comes to
now
hermaphrodites,
that we're
that's a very
oh,
big-
so it applies to
because when it comes to-
hermaphrodites, but
No,
not
no,
trans
it applies to
people.
everyone.
Does it
But it's
apply?
lot-
So it applies to everybody. Okay, well, if it applies to everybody, then it would
There's no
apply
thing
to
as a
trans people,
person,
would it
yeah?
not?
It's body dysmorphia. It's a mental illness. You can do
First
what
of
you
all,
want
wait,
with your body.
whoa.
It's
First
no-
of all, you're going way off topic. First of all, there's a difference between gender dysphoria and body dysmorphia. These are not the same thing.
They're linked. They are linked.
Maybe they're linked, but they're not the same, right? There might be a
I never
little bit
said
of
they were the
overlap,
same.
but they're not the same.
It's still dysmorphia of your person.
Again, I don't see. So first of all, why do you? Well, first of all, you don't even abide by your own standards when it comes to categorizing people in terms of gender identity, right?
Biologically, I was born
you set a
giant.
you set a biological standard.
Okay, no.
You have set a standard. No, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna let you fucking weasel. Okay. You have set. I'm not moving anything. Okay. No.
Okay, you're talking. Okay, you brought in hermaphrodites.
You have
yeah?
set. Yes, because you set a
Yes,
biological
outlier.
standard, but you
many
cannot
arms do humans
categorize
have?
them. Why
How
is
many
it the
arms
case?
do humans have? How many arms do humans have?
Usually they have 2.
Yeah, just like usually you're born a man or woman.
Yeah,
you
usually
still would
people are
say
trans,
there's
but
2
there's
genders.
exceptions, right?
Just like you would say humans are born with 2 arms, you would say humans are born with 2 genders.
Are you aware of the
man? Woman.
Okay, are you aware of the fact that the scientific consensus on the matter is that sex is a bimodal distribution and not a binary?
That is incorrect because your chromosomes only have 2 circumstances.
You know better.
X, Y, or XX.
Okay.
Your chromosomes cannot be.
You know better than all of the scientists and medical institutions.
I don't know where you got that information from.
I can look some. Hold on. Let me. I can go pull up my research document. I think there's a
you have research on this. Fair play. If you actually have research on this, fair play to you.
Yeah. That's the nope, that's trans youth. Hold on. Mental health. Oh god, Chrome is so laggy.
Can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
How does being transgender and actually changing your physical fucking your sexual reproductive organs, affect mental health?
So, well, first of all, there's a difference between transgender and transsexual, right? I believe that sex and gender are not the same thing. So transgender.
What makes you think that?
So transgender refers to your identity, your internal perception of yourself, right? That's what gender is.
So a personality.
That's a counter argument I used to make. I mean,
it's a personality. It's not. That's why I think we separate our opinions.
Now this is a really interesting point because this is what when I was 13, that was actually the argument that I made. Is yeah, you're just describing personality, right? But at what what? So when it comes to, let's say, pronouns, for instance. Right? Why is it obligatory for somebody to say use the pronouns based on some arbitrary standard surrounding biological sex that isn't even consistent, by the way? Or again, I just don't see. Also, I'll send you the link so you can copy and paste that. So
I am trusting your links right now.
So it even distinguishes between sex and gender in this, but so I can read this out loud if you want, because I'm also a streamer. Because I'm a streamer.
You're a streamer?
Yeah.
What, Twitch?
So YouTube. I hate Twitch. Twitch is dog shit. So it says biological sex is not binary. The notion that sex is not strictly binary is not even scientifically controversial. Among experts, it is a given and unavoidable conclusion derived from actually understanding the biology of sex. It is more accurate to describe biological sex in humans as bimodal, but not strictly binary. Bimodal means that there are essentially 2 dimensions to the continuum of biological sex. In order for sex to be binary, there would need to be 2 non-overlapping and unambiguous ends to that continuum, but there clearly isn't. There is every conceivable type of overlap in the middle, hence bimodal, but not binary. This matters in fact, and in fact, it is the overlapping middle that is the very point of discussion. Denying a trans identity is denying that overlapping middle. Let's review the biology of sex, blah blah blah. You can read this entire thing, right?
Yeah, but
and it talks about it describes okay.
There's so much countering evidence and countering pieces of information out there.
Really? Can you send it to me, or is this just something you made up?
I can pull them up. One search. about sex being binary.
Wait.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that I searched, right? I used to have a similar position. Just so you're aware, and I'm not saying this to be like condescending or anything, but like, I had a very similar position to what you currently hold, until I did more research. When I was whatever 13, 14, didn't know anything about politics. Your position is very similar to what mine was, right? But then I was presented with counter evidence to my belief, okay? cityjournal.org, okay.
There's a random one I've pulled up.
All right.
So it's not biased.
Okay,
and
so
that's
it's
a
not
quote out of
biased.
the document. You can see that is in there. It's a quote out of it.
Understanding the sex binary. So City Journal.
There's no third type of. There's no third gene type. There are two sexes a person can be. Therefore, sex is binary.
Okay, so hold on. Current debates over fundamental nature of yada yada. They have direct impacts. The claim inclusion of blah blah blah. Okay. Abolition of sex categories. This binary and immutable notion about the true meaning of sex binary, because those on both sides of this issue claim the biological facts justify their proposals. Accurate description of biology, unmarred by politics. Sex binary. Okay, so they're defining what sex binary would mean. Distinguish between that. Okay, so this looks like it's just saying don't conflate.
But I'll send you a quote that
trans
comes out the
people.
same document, and you can search for it if you want.
Hold on, wait.
Males are primary reproductive organs.
Hold on, I'm looking at this right now.
Yeah, it's just further down in it. It's you see the paragraph when biologists claim sex is binary.
There's no single line. Parts of the scientific establishment. Wait, hold on. Because this is like an article that's written, but I'm not.
Yeah, it's just that I found this quote in it.
But I'm not seeing any sources that they're using. I'll look.
It was just a random thing that I pulled out, but there's so many there's so much that's
yeah, but
literally saying there's no third gene type.
Yeah, but this just looks like an opinion piece.
Okay, I'll pull up another one.
It's also just saying that intersex and transgender are not the same, because they're not.
Well, it's literally a random thing that I've pulled the fucking right university hospitals NHS Foundation Trust.
Wait, so if you're pulling up random things, then how would you know whether or not they are?
Well, okay, this one is from the NHS.
If you're just saying, so what you're
okay,
doing
this.
Here, okay, so what you're doing is
They
you're
all-
saying
they all
you're
say the
not
same thing.
reading. So basically, what you're
Right,
doing.
sex is attributed
Hold
by
on,
birth.
What
Right,
you're
here
doing.
we go.
Okay, what
NHS.
you're doing here is you're sending an article that you have admitted to not having read, and then asserting that it supports what you claim, but it doesn't
This
seem
does.
to be.
NHS.
What does? Send.
There's two sexes.
Okay. All right.
Sex is attributed at birth by visible body differences.
Hold on, let me copy and paste this. Okay. Adobe. Is it gonna open? Christ. Okay, so. Oh my God, I don't want that. No. All right, so let's read this out loud, okay? This is your source, by the way. Gender and sexual diversities. Okay, some people, average person over here, some people. Okay. Sex, gender, and sexuality. Okay? Sex is attributed at birth by our visible bodily differences. Clarity is achieved when needed looking at hormones, internal physiology. There are three sexes: male, female, and intersex. I don't like categorizing it as three. But whatever. Those who bodily / hormone. And by the way, according to your source that you sent me, there would be three genders, because you believe that gender and sex are the same thing. So, and it says there are three sexes. So, it actually defines gender as something else. Isn't that just perfect? Those whose intersex, those whose bodily / hormonal variation means they are neither fully male or female. Okay? And it says gender is a cultural, socioeconomic. All right? What does it mean to be a woman? What does it mean to be a man? It is about how we see ourselves internally and how we present ourselves to the world. What are the genders? Woman, man, non-binary, genderqueer, gender fluid, and transgender. I don't like the way they're defining this. I think that they're just, I think that they're doing okay. It's like, okay, like these are just examples, but it's describing it as if these are the only genders. Yeah, the 6 genders, right? Like that's not, like that's such an arbitrary point. So, but again, your own source that you just cited me, it supports my argument a lot better than it supports your argument, right? And you're saying that there's so much counter evidence when the counter evidence that you're citing to me either is irrelevant or supports what I'm saying. So like, you know, it just seems like you've already come to a conclusion. And oh wait, I think he hello? Oh, stranger is disconnected. Well, that sucks. Where did they go? Oh well. That's unfortunate. Okay. Nothing I can do about that. That's weird. I guess we'll look at the cityjournal.org thing. This is like it's a fucking magazine thingy. It's a journal. It's developmental. Do they have a source for this? Court order. That's an article. The sex binary refers to a biological reality that there are only 2 sexes. Primary sex. Okay. Does not entail that. Oh, wow. Isn't that funny? It literally. Okay, so even in this fucking dog shit article, it's saying the sex binary refers to the biological reality that there are only 2 sexes, male and female, and that these categories refer to individuals whose primary sex organs are organized around the production of either sperm or ova. Okay, the sex binary does not entail that every human is unambiguously either female or male, even though the vast majority are. So basically, it contradicts itself in that same paragraph. It's saying, well, it's a binary. It's a binary, the sex binary, and then it describes something that literally is not a binary. So, yeah. So his 2 sources are one that supports me, and the other that just contradicts itself, and is really just a semantic fucking argument. Semantics don't matter when the biological proof is there. Yeah, exactly. It's like I'm just objectively correct. Dude sounds like he's from Birmingham. Yeah, I'll bet his teeth are all fucked up. I'll bet he has like really crooked yellow teeth because he sounds British. This guy is speaking pure facts. Who, me or the weird kid that was like arguing with me and citing sources that support my claim? I mean, I don't know. Just it's like, I don't know. I just think he needs to do more research. Because he has my old position that I had when I was like 13. So he's behind. He's behind me in that respect. But yeah. All right, let's continue looking at this because this is still interesting. Adopting the second framing is inaccurate in the hands of activists who seek to debunk the existence of only 2 sexes. But, like, this is just fucking retarded. But the first framing is both biologically accurate. No, it isn't. It literally is not. It's a bimodal distribution. To claim that it's not a bimodal distribution is just objectively untrue. Binary means that there are only 2 categories and they cannot overlap at all. That's what binary means. But yada yada. Edge cases entails that sex is a spectrum that we are all therefore intersex to some degree. Well, yeah, there are a lot of people that are intersex that probably don't even know they're intersex. It's like, yeah, there is some ambiguity. You do really well under pressure, Femyoz. Why, thank you. I think, yeah, I did fairly well. He tried doing the Tim Pool thing, where he just sends a really long fucking article, and then asserts that it, you know, is, you know, in support of his claim without actually reading it. But, you know, it's like, okay, but like as soon as I read it, I'm like, oh, okay, it's one hardly, you know, it hasn't really used any evidence. It's just an opinion piece, despite him saying it's unbiased, even though he didn't read it, so he wouldn't know if it's biased or not, which is funny as fuck. It's like, oh, yeah, this is really unbiased site with articles like Gender Ideology's Shaky Twin Pillars. That sounds really unbiased. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, it contradicts itself in the... And it doesn't list any sources. It's like, oh yeah, let me just ramble on about dumb shit in this article. Means that it's like this is like, look at this paragraph. This is such a blatant misrepresentation. The chain of reasoning goes something like this: sex is not a binary because intersex people exist. Their existence demonstrates that biological sex is a spectrum. Since sex is a spectrum, that means no line can be perfectly drawn separating males from females, which there can't, by the way. If no single line can be drawn, then anywhere someone chooses to draw a line, to draw one is totally arbitrary and subjective. No, not necessarily. If you draw a line at the middle, right? It's like, unless you're gonna draw like two lines, where it's like, oh, you're only have a little bit of, but like, it's like, there's no, you would have to draw two lines and be like, okay, this middle area is strictly intersex, not male or female. If you want to categorize it that way, maybe. But if you're just drawing one line at the middle, it would just be the midpoint between the bimodal distribution graph. That's all it would be. That's not I mean, I don't know why that would be arbitrary. Femyoz, what are your thoughts on Western libs defending Islam despite it being homophobic AF? Oh, I think it's retarded. I shit on Islam and dog shit third world countries all the time. People get mad at me for it, and they're like, no, you're spreading right-wing propaganda. It's like, no, I'm not, because I would apply this same standard and argumentation against Christian fundamentalism, which no right-winger would. I think all of it is bad. It's like, the only reason, because obviously when right-wingers make arguments against it, it's usually because brown people are scary or whatever. When I make arguments, it's, oh, yeah, they're fucking delusional and believe in this, you know, this retarded ideology where they believe that there shouldn't be a separation of church and state. They believe that you know, oh yeah, it's good to kill gay people and shit. He was losing the debate, so he hung up. True. He was getting bodied. It was like, I wasn't even trying very hard. That's the thing. Like, I wasn't even trying to own him. And he just got bodied with, like, no effort. Like, it was kind of fucking embarrassing. But, hopefully it's, like, a lesson learned, you know? Hopefully he doesn't, like, take it the wrong way. Hopefully he takes it the right way. And is like, okay, you know, maybe this individual was, actually right. You know? Because I obviously was, right? It was very clear he didn't know anything when he was saying shit. Islamicism is literally the same as right-wing Christian fundamentalism, correct? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I always say. It's like, and sometimes I might use that as an argument against Christian fundamentalism. I'm like, well, you criticize Islamic people for doing this, right? Yet but you won't do the same when it comes to white evangelical Christians? Isn't that a strange inconsistency? I mean, surely it wouldn't be because you just don't like brown people. That wouldn't be the reason, right? Islamophobia, not for real. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. It's not surprising that some Americans side with Islam against LGBTQ. Yeah, no, there are literally like far right people in this country that are like, you know, they have their own culture there, and we shouldn't interfere with it because it's their culture, and they have every right. They have every right to lynch the gays, okay? Because that's what they value, right? But they wouldn't. So they'll pretend to be anti-imperialism and anti-colonization when it means that they can defend bigoted people in other countries, basically, and that in order to basically defend, you know, far right ideology, right? It's like the same reason that I'm willing to shit on Israel, right? It's like I don't care if Jewish people were historically oppressed or whatever, right? Like, I'm sorry, an ethno-state is an ethno-state. You know, an ethno-state that's authoritarian and completely just fucked up and incredibly racist is, you know, there's no justification for that. I don't care if it's Jewish people doing that, right? It doesn't matter, right? It's still wrong. It's the same reason that I'm willing to shit on black nationalists just as much as I shit on white nationalists. The reason I do it less often is simply because there are less of them and they're less prevalent, right? They're not nearly as relevant, right? But yeah, no, people that whine and cry and bitch and moan, oh no, that's Islamophobia, or like, fucking, I gotta give it to the Brit Bong, even though he was wrong, and you beat him. He actually, he tried to actually have a legit debate. I can respect the effort. Oh yeah, me too. He reminds me of myself, like, surprisingly enough. Like, he genuinely does. Like, he reminds me of, like, a past version of me. Like, unironically. But yeah, I think that might have been one of the that was one of the reasons that I was like normally in debates, I get progressively more and more aggressive throughout the discussion or whatever, but I was actually getting less aggressive, right? Because I saw myself in him, right? It's like, oh shit, this reminds me of what I used to believe. It's like he didn't, like, that's the thing, right? Is he didn't believe it in bad faith. I don't think he believes it because he's hateful. I think he just hasn't thought about it, right? He just hasn't really, you know, paid any attention to any of it. The way that I do now, right? I mean, fuck, I only started caring about politics like a year ago, right? And I'm 19 right now. To be fair, it's much less authoritarian than pretty much all its neighbors. That doesn't mean shit. And all its neighbors should be criticized as well, right? But yeah, no, I respect the effort. It's probably about as well as I would have done when I was in that mindset against current me. I think I just wish I could have talked to him longer, because I think I genuinely could have convinced him. Like, I don't know. Like, if like, as soon as he said, oh, well, that's just personality traits, like, that flipped the switch, because that's what I used to say as an argument against, you know, I guess, transgender ideology, right? But it wasn't, no one called it that back then. Or fewer people did, all right? And again, I wish I could have gotten to the studies about the trans youth, because I think that was one of the other things he mentioned, right? And I didn't get to touch on that as much as I would have liked to. Now, obviously, you can't start with that. You have to get them to concede other positions first. You have to get them to acknowledge that trans women are women and that trans men are men before you can even begin to bring that up as a point, right? Otherwise, they'll never concede. But yeah, that was an interesting discussion. I think I didn't do as well as I would have liked to have, because it's like, on one hand, I didn't feel the need to try very hard, because it's like, it's whatever, it's like a kid, but, like, I didn't want to be, like, too aggressive, because I would have, like, because I'm trying to think, okay, how did I think back then? Yeah, same, I didn't care much for trans people before I actually got to talk to them and heard their side. Yeah, I didn't even have to hear trans people's side either. That's the thing. Like, I just had to, I guess I just sort of, well, part of it is I mellowed the fuck out over time, right? I just stopped caring for a while, and then I started watching Hunter Avalon, like, last year, and I'm like, okay. Hello, Valentino, welcome to the stream. Religions are so toxic. Church and state should be separated, true. Yeah, it's like, I don't care, like, cancel me for Islamophobia. I don't give a shit. I'm objectively right when I say that theocratic regimes are bad, okay? It's like people were like trying to cancel me for Islamophobia in like one of the first videos on this channel. Like I think I had done like 2 live streams, maybe like 2 or 3 debates total, right? And I made a video called "Religion Justifies Homophobia Now," right? Because somebody was trying to do that. I debated that person, ended up winning. It's weird because you said you hate Twitch. I hate Twitch too. Don't we all? Twitch is like just so dog shit. Genuinely. I don't know. I don't see any value in Twitch as a platform. But yeah. I don't know. Chat, do you think I could have gotten to him if we got to talk for longer? So wait, you were a conservative? I was center right. So yeah, basically. Way back in the day, I used to be more right-leaning. And then I had my politics are bad phase. You know, we all have one of those. Oh, politics bad. Both sides have their issues. Enlightened centrist bullshit nonsense. All extremism is bad. Fucking dog shit position. Though I did have a little bit of a nuanced take there. I believed that extremism was bad, but also that people have a right to have extremist views, and that you shouldn't be like ostracized from society for having them, you know, just unless you're like trying to genuinely cause harm with them, right? Like for instance, I would have seen communism as an extreme view back then, right? And it is outside the Overton window, at least in this country, right? But I was of the opinion that okay, but like the 1920s xenophobia, for instance, was wrong, right? So that was my take. In whatever, 8th grade, even. That was my take. It's like, well, yeah, people have different positions, and that's okay. Was like my, so I was a bit of an enlightened centrist motherfucker, cunt loser piece of shit, but, whatever. I don't know, I think I had like a very short conservative phase where I was like, yeah, Ben Shapiro is like destroying the libtards with facts and logic, right? But then I realized that he was further right than I am, and it's like, oh, I've been deceived. But like, I don't think the dude was a bad guy, just uninformed. Yeah, that was my impression, right? Like as soon as he used the framing of, oh, well, that's just a personality trait. That's not a conservative talking point. That's him trying his best with the little knowledge he has to use his own intuition. That's what that is. That's what that means. Funny man with funny dress, tell me your wisdom. I am doing that right now, Hammed is the cat. Hello, Kumo. Hello, Mall Dreams. Extremism can just make a good political motivation better. I mean, not all extremism is equal, right? Some extremism is bad. Like, far-right groups, for instance, are bad. But, like, I don't know. Like, if you're extremely pro-trans and extremely pro equality of opportunity and extremely pro whatever it may be, if it's a good thing, then that's good, right? It's good to be in favor of good things and bad to be in favor of bad things. I know. It's a very controversial take. I don't like religions either. People care too much about God and things like that. Oh, people care a lot about God and things like that, but I don't give a shit about things like that. Yeah, me neither. I only care about it in the context of, yeah, I am Femyoz, I'm here to debate you, right? Malcolm X was a extremist, right? He was a black nationalist, was he not? That's not leftism. I would consider that now in the context of where society was, that was seen as being far left, right? But in hindsight, right? Unless you think that somebody as a person, right, is intrinsically different and has intrinsically different ideas, right, based on their skin color, unless you believe that, then it's what he believed was far closer to far right ideology, right? And this is where people come up with the idea of the horseshoe effect, right? But really what the horseshoe effect actually describes, being a black nationalist isn't mutually exclusive. To being an actual leftist, yes, it is. You're not an actual leftist if you believe in black nationalism, okay? Leftism is not just a matter of, it's not just a matter of, protect minority groups, black people good, white people bad. That's not what we're about, right? That's what a lot of people that don't know anything about politics believe, right? Leftism is more along the lines of like an actual, not just a mindset, but like an ideology, that something that needs to remain consistent with itself. Ideological principles, right? That's what it really boils down to, right? So, for instance, an ideological principle that is necessary to, or something that is required, a prerequisite for being a leftist, at least in my opinion, is you cannot be in favor of ethnostates, right? You have to be like, if you're being against an ethnostate, regardless of whether or not it's a black ethnostate, white ethnostate, Asian ethnostate, you name it, ethnostates are bad. Okay, that is a leftist position. A right-wing position would be that ethnostates are good. Now, obviously, not all right-wingers believe the same thing. Blah blah blah. Not all left-wingers believe the same thing. I'm aware. Okay, I know that that's where you're gonna go next with this, right? But generally, when we're talking about the extreme ends, right? We're not, and you have to keep in mind, right? A political compass, all right? Now, the political compass is not perfect, but we'll use it for the sake of argument, right? There's more than one axis, right? It's not just left and right. There's authoritarian and libertarian, right? Now, obviously, the term libertarian has been changed, misused, appropriated by people that are center-right, basically, that just don't like taxes. So that's basically what it's become. But libertarianism in a vacuum, or as like a fundamental concept, right, would be something that I also believe in, right? It's the idea that I guess I would refer to it as anti-authoritarianism, to be more precise, so that people don't accidentally misconstrue what I believe. I'm just anti-authoritarian, right? I'm anti taking people's rights away. I'm against that, right? I'm in favor of people having rights and whatnot. Trans people are valid as they are. Trans people are valid, yeah. Apparently, left-wing nationalism exists, but I'm not enough. I think you would be thinking of left-wing authoritarianism, maybe. But that's not what I believe in. That's not being extremely left-wing. That's being extremely authoritarian. Libertarianism has a few major weaknesses. Yeah. The issue with what you're saying is that white nationalists are right-wing extremists, but black nationalists. Well, I'm describing a general tendency, right? Black nationalism, much like white nationalism, because they use the same line of logic, right, goes against leftist ideology. Now, it goes beyond just left versus right. I'll give you that, right? So, for instance, the reason that somebody would be for instance, if you take a black nationalist, Malcolm X, whatever black nationalist you want it to be, fuck, I don't know, Professor Flowers. I watched her get shit on in a debate with Vosh. Okay, Vosh absolutely fucking bodied her. So anybody like that, okay, their ideology is not extremely left wing. It's extremely authoritarian. It's not even a matter of left or right at that point. If you want to frame it in terms of, rather than general tendencies, if you want to frame it as, black nationalists are still around today. They just live on Twitter. They're a notable part of the left's vocal minority. Well, no, they're not a part of the left. They're not welcome. They're not welcome here. They don't advocate for any of the... They're authoritarian more than anything else. They're not left-wing. They're not right-wing, maybe. I would say that their ideas are a parallel to generally more right-wing ideas. But maybe I would say, you know, they're at the very least authoritarian, just in general, right? They're very left-leaning. Do you mean that they consider themselves to be left-leaning, and that you consider them to be left-leaning, or that there's something ideologically consistent between what they believe and actual leftism, right? Because every argument a black nationalist could make would go against the same lines of logic and reasoning that I consider to be leftist, right? I consider my reasoning to be all blacks nowadays are Democrats. Well, usually people don't vote against their own self-best interest, generally speaking. Yeah, well, I don't disagree with that. That's because right-wingers, on average, okay, if you disagree with this, you're lying, tend to be more racist against black people, right? Black nationalists are also racist. That's why they want an ethno-state. Democrats invented the KKK. Well, that was before the party switch, right? The Democrats back then are not the same. They weren't the same as the Democrats are now, right? You're just using the same label to mean the opposite thing at that point. But yeah, no. At the end of the day, I wouldn't consider you did not win. But black people can't be racist. Yeah, exactly. There are people that genuinely believe that, but I don't consider them to be leftist. I just consider them to be delusional, right? I believe, okay, if we're going to talk about an actual ideology, right? Leftist ideology, right? What I believe, what I preach and practice, right? It is fundamentally opposed to the logic I use is fundamentally opposed to that of a black nationalist. But take somebody like, I don't know, Adolf Hitler, somebody who's obviously very far right and authoritarian, for instance, right? His logic applies, you know, or can be used to justify any ethno-state. All you have to do is remove the variable of Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party and replace it with a different group of people, and you just plug in different variables and do the same thing. I don't consider that to be any less right-wing. It's the same shit. You unless you believe that people are intrinsically different or worth a different level of moral consideration, I don't see how you could disagree with that. The Democrats invented the KKK, and they invented multiple black extremist groups. They were always left-leaning. No, the Democrats were not left-leaning back then. That wasn't leftism. The Democrats used to be right-wing. You know that, right? That's just a historical fact. You know, it was actually the Republicans that were more progressive and left-wing, right? White nationalists use a lot of liberal ideology to justify their delusions. Like what specifically? And also, there's a difference between liberal ideology and leftist ideology. Usually, liberal ideology is less well thought out than leftist ideology. Imagine if you got accepted into the art academy and Nazism just wouldn't be a thing. Democrats before the Civil War were anything but left wing. Yeah, exactly. Like when I'm talking about left wing, I'm referring to a set of ideological principles, right? And when I say right wing, I'm talking about the opposite of that, right? Liberal is generally associated with leftism, yeah, but that doesn't mean it's correct, right? You might notice, okay, if you started watching more Vosh streams, Vosh constantly shits on liberals. He talks about, you know, how he hates liberals almost as much as he hates conservatives because of how stupid they are, right? He thinks that liberalism is like a cancer, right? I don't believe that. I believe that your bog standard of liberal just doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about usually, whereas a leftist or, you know, a socialist or somebody who's socialist adjacent, you know, would you smell, mister? I'm not here to be politically correct, playing on the slurs. Do you want me to say the N-word? I could do that. I think it's a fun word. Even Democrats are now mostly corporate shells. Well, that's because they're center. They're in the center. They're centrists, really. That's like one of the main criticisms that I would make of Joe Biden, is he's not left wing enough, right? He appeals to centrism too much, right? As opposed to somebody like Bernie Sanders, who isn't cringe like that. Leftism, according to most Americans, is anything ever so slightly left from the center, sometimes not even that. Yeah, exactly. It's like, okay, you know, if you're gonna, I mean, and again, there's gonna be some overlap, right? It's like, okay, me and all of the other leftists, including center-left people that are actually just centrists, really, you know, maybe we agree that it's bad to kill innocent black people. You know, maybe there are probably some conservatives that would agree with that too, right? Say it live. Go ahead, get it out of the way. I think I already said it earlier. I'm too lazy. You can rewind the VOD. I'm not trying to get my channel, like, fucked by the algorithm. One nationalist I find interesting was Ataturk, because unlike most nationalists, he was secular and part of and put Islam in its place. I don't know too much about that. I'm not watching all of that. Well, that's a skill issue. That's a skill issue on your end. A big skill issue. Massive skill issue. One of the biggest skill issues there could possibly be. But again, it's the same reason that I'm against. Like, think of I think a good example would be just like how Hitler labeled you know, the Japanese people as honorary Aryans, right? Because it's not really about you know, oh, what you know, race of people are you? It's really just about obtaining power, right? That's what it actually is. Islam is very conservative, very right leaning. Oh, I agree. That's what I say all the time. When fake leftists that don't know what they're talking about whine about Islamophobia, I tell them to shut the fuck up and sit down, because they're trying to defend people that don't want me to have rights. So it's like, you know, now if somebody was like, you know, every Islamic person is bad, and there's like no exceptions, and like Islam is being Islamic means you're a bad person or some shit like that, then I'd be against that, right? But like, that's the thing, right? You can acknowledge, yeah, there are some good ones, right? It's just like how there's some good Christians, right? Now I would argue that Christians on average and Muslims on average, both groups of people, would generally on average, you know, probably be worse in the political landscape than say an agnostic person or an atheist, right? They'd be more likely to advocate for right-wing ideas, right? Because you know, a prerequisite for being far right especially is being delusional, right? And it's a lot easier to be delusional if you have some imaginary force, you know, in your head to justify it. Hassan is an Islamic sleeper agent. He's trying to get off the left. Oh god, no, don't expose us. He pretty much stomped it out of Turkish politics. Pity that moron. Erdogan is doing it right now. Yeah, it's like, that's the thing, right? Is like, you could acknowledge, yeah, there are like some like progressive Christians and some progressive Islamic people, right? I think that those are good people, right? You know, people like, they don't deserve to, you know, be treated poorly or like any lesser than or anything like that, right? Even though I might disagree with their religion, right? You know, if at the end of the day that they, you know, that's just something that you know, benefits them, makes them happy, and they're not using it as a means to fuck other people over, I'm fine with that. I don't have an issue with that, right? But if you're somebody that uses your religion to, you know, take people's rights away, let's say, then it's like, well, you know, Turkey is like the fascist Germany for brown people. Yeah, exactly. The point I'm making is it doesn't matter what your skin color is, right? If you are you know, an ethno-nationalist and you want an ethno-state, you are right-wing. That is a right-wing position. Regardless of whether, you know, you're Japanese, black, you know, Middle Eastern, whatever it may be. It, you know, I mean, fuck, think of Free the Kurds based Kumo? Honorary Aryans? Yeah, I know, it's fucking stupid. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't actually mean anything. It's just, oh, you know, Adolf Hitler would like to obtain more power. Well, what is the best way for me to do that? Well, let me find other fascists to ally myself with, right? That was all there, like, that was basically it, right? It wasn't because he thought that, it wasn't because, you know, there's inherently something different about being born as Japanese, right? That's not the case, right? It's just, oh, it's convenient that they exist and can be our allies, is really what that boiled down to. But yes, I agree. The Kurdish people deserve their land. I don't disagree. Same thing with Israel would be another perfect example of this. Right? Like, Israel is a dog shit ethno-state. It's authoritarian. It's very far right. You know, because again, it's not actually about the group of people itself. It doesn't matter if it's black people, white people, Jewish people, whatever it may be. It doesn't matter. It is a far right position to advocate for ethno-nationalism, right? They use their religion for their hateful rhetoric. Name a friend, your mom. We're friends with benefits. I fucked up the joke. I think Iraqi and Syrian territories of Kurdistan should be independent since both Syria and Iraq are a British invention. I mean, I don't know. I don't really care what the origin of something is, so I don't really like that argument so much, because it's like, well, I'm more focused on, okay, this is the way things are right now, and how can we change? What do we do moving forward that serves the most utility, right? I love Israel. I love Israel. I love Israel. I swear I'm not anti-Semitic. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is it's like, yeah, that like, but you wouldn't say that Israel is a super progressive left wing country, right? Like you would, like, even though it's like, well, Jewish people, you know, were a minority that were oppressed. It's like, yes, but that doesn't mean that every one of them is going to be left wing, right? In fact, you have a whole country of right wing ones. I think it's like 97% of them are right wing. You know, I'm pretty sure that the average IQ there is like 92 or 93. So that, I mean, I'm just saying, it's unsurprising. Because, you know, right wingers tend to be like conservatism, like to genuinely believe in conservatism. On average, you're gonna genuinely be dumber, right? It's generally people that are more intelligent and more educated that end up being left wing. Just a little higher than room temp, I know. You know, sometimes it's like, that's like the temperature outside, you know? It's like, yeah, on a hot sunny day, you know, it doesn't have to be sunny, actually, you know? Not gonna lie, I prefer Israel over Palestine, since Israel being of a different sexuality isn't a crime. But yeah, I will agree that Israel is far from perfect. Yeah, that's why I don't say free Palestine anymore, because I think they both suck. I don't know, but like being you know, being Palestinian is a crime there, basically. It's like again, I'm against there being an ethno-state in general. It's like, I don't know why, I don't know why that would benefit anybody. hey, I have conservative values, but I'm not dumb. Well, it's okay, Kumo. Don't worry, Kumo. You're one of the good ones. I swear. Okay. You and Tommy C are the only two good conservatives. Okay. Everybody else sucks. Every other conservative is retarded. Okay. Don't worry though. Okay. You're one of the good ones. Okay. You and Tommy C and nobody else. But yeah, it's like, you know, I think that I'm somebody that believes I'm more of a you know, because we already spend so much on our military budget, which we really shouldn't. But if we're gonna do that, right, we may as well be interventionists for the better, right? Do it in a way that serves utility, right? Prevent authoritarian regimes from doing what authoritarian regimes do best, which is making people's lives miserable, right? Taking over homophobic countries that are theocratic regimes. I don't see a good reason to not do that, since we spend so much fucking money on our military anyway. And it's like, well, they're third world countries anyway. Well, what the fuck are they gonna do? They don't even have like a fraction of our military budget. And we would be benefiting people, really. It's like, you know, like I've always hated the idea of, oh yeah, you know, all cultures are equal. It's like, no, some culture is objectively worse than other culture. Culture where you're forced, if you're a woman, you're forced to you cover your entire face, and you know, it's like, oh, and you'll literally get beaten and potentially killed if you dare show your ankle. I'm sorry, but that's a culture that is objectively far worse than ours, right? Like, that's just a fact, right? Like, anyone who disagrees with that is just objectively wrong. How do you feel about Japan not acknowledging or apologizing for what they did to Korean women in the past? I don't know too much about it, but I'm not surprised. Japan is so overrated. People don't realize it's like it's pretty right wing over there. Like, you know, it's not as bad as it was during World War II, obviously, but it's still right wing. Like, it's not a good place to be, right? It's like, yeah, they have some pretty buildings and stuff, right? And some of their culture is good, but you know, the country and the way it operates is not ideal. By fix their consent laws. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. I like Tommy's ideas and he's fun to listen to occasionally, but he can be pretty gay sometimes. Well, he's that stinky shit just now. Very sorry about that one. Anyways, as I was saying, before I was rudely interrupted by my McDonald's Wi-Fi. No, don't worry, guys, I'm back, okay? Don't leave, please. Assholes. I should go to bed by now anyway. Good night, everyone. Good night, Davros539. I hope you enjoyed your stay. Agreed, Japan's view on child exploitation is deplorable. It sure is. Japan is not chill. Japan was the horror of Asia in the past, and now it's a peace country. It's got a long way to go to be a good country. I'm just saying. But yeah, I agree. Some cultures are better than others based. That's one of the reasons that I think I can do a good job changing people's minds too, right? Like, I'll acknowledge obvious truths, right? It's like if something that's an obvious truth has been used as a dog whistle by right-wingers, I'm not going to let them just keep that indefinitely, right? It's like, no, what the fuck? It's like, no, you don't get to, like, take something obvious and then make it mean something. It's like, no, like, some cultures are worse than others. That doesn't, now, some people will use that to dog whistle, right? I'm against that, right? And that goes against, but that's the thing, right? Is I can take advantage of that as well, right? If I appropriate that style of rhetoric to an extent, maybe not the style of rhetoric, but some of the things that we should have never, you know, or I guess I don't know who we would be, but I guess the left in general should not have, I guess, like, just you get the point, right? Just allowing them to make obvious facts into dog whistles, right? People only like Japan for superficial reasons and don't care about the Japanese government and legal system. Same for South Korea. True. Yeah, South Korea is also a hellhole. It's not nearly as bad as North Korea. It looks very good in comparison to that. But that doesn't mean shit. Love your channel. You are an open-minded person. Why, thank you, Liam. I appreciate that. But yeah, it's one of those things where I think that as a leftist, like, I should be taking advantage of the fact that there are certain talking points used by right-wingers that are they'll take an objectively true fact and then they'll twist it and use it to come to the wrong conclusion, right? So they might take an objectively true thing, like some cultures are objectively worse than others. Okay, that's a fair statement, right? But they'll use that to argue for things like ethno-states and you know, being in favor of racism, etc. So they'll use something like that and then come to the wrong conclusion, right? Whereas, so, and if I were to just ignore obvious facts that maybe they start with to jump to that conclusion illogically, but they still do that, right? If I ignore those obvious facts, it's like, oh, well, you're just ignoring the truth, right? And in a sense, that would be a valid criticism, right? If I was just to not talk about it because it's too controversial or whatever the fuck, right? Because I don't want to get canceled or I don't want to think about it, whatever it may be. That would be even worse. Like, that would be terrible optics. Now, the way I operate isn't the best optics, right? But it's like, you know, if I'm going to convince people on the opposing side, on the opposition, right? I think that's an important thing to acknowledge that some culture is worse than other culture, right? But while acknowledging, but it's not inherent to race, right? You can't. I don't believe in eugenics, for instance, right? I just believe that right wing, because that's the thing, right? It is culture and politics get intertwined. They're very intertwined, and people don't realize it, right? But that's why you might hear me say things like everything can be political, right? Because anything can be political, right? And that goes for anything, any cultural phenomenon, right? You know, so the reason why some culture would be bad is because it's repressive, it's right wing, it's politically undesirable, it produces negative outcomes, right? If that, like a culture that is anti-women, a culture of like a culture, but like if I frame it now, but if I want to show left-wingers or liberals or you name it, people that or maybe whatever it may be, if I want to convince them to be more ideologically consistent, right? Because that's the main issue with liberals, is they don't know how to present their ideas in ideologically consistent ways like I do, right? Is I would start by framing it in a, well, culture that promotes misogyny and transphobia and homophobia is bad. Do you disagree? And they'd be like, well, no. It's like, okay, so you would agree that some culture is worse than other culture, because frankly, that is the reason why I would be against that culture in the first place, right? But they won't concede that, right? What they do is that they'll concede the idea of culture being, some culture being worse than others, because they're scared, you know, they don't want to come across as, you know, bigoted, right? So they'll be like, no, all culture is fine, right? But then I frame it in a way that shows why it goes against their values, and then they're like, oh, okay, yeah, that actually makes sense, right? This is how you get liberals to become leftists, by the way. Or, you know, one can acknowledge and condemn their war crimes without condemning their entire history and culture. Pretty much every nation did both good and bad and terrible things throughout their history. Yeah, exactly. And this is why you won't hear me being like, America is evil and we're all colonizers that need to pay for our sins. It's like, well, no, that's retarded. I didn't fucking colonize anybody, all right? The only thing I colonized is your mom's ass, okay? Like, shut the fuck up. The idea that, and then it's like, oh, well, you benefit from white supremacy and the colonization that happened. It's like, yeah, but like, so do black people in this country today. So, like, at least some of them, right? It colonized my ass, Ubu. Yeah, some cultures are pretty terrible. Yeah. Some cultures are worse than others, but if they're victimized in terms of warfare and invasion, I'd still root for them. I guess it depends, right? Like, if it's a culture of just, of if the culture denotes an ideology that is against women's rights, being trans or gay, that's against all that shit, it's like lynch the gays type of culture, then I think that they deserve to be victimized in terms of warfare and invasion, right? I think that I don't fucking care. It's like they don't, whoever's in power and in charge of those countries, right, does not deserve to retain that power because they've misused it, right? Some cultures are garbage, but there's no peaceful or inoffensive way to say that. LMAO, that's retarded. Yeah, it's like yeah, exactly. It's like it's just a truth, right? And I'm willing, but the fact that I'm willing to be honest like that, right, and show, I acknowledge this, right? In fact, I get annoyed when other people that are supposedly on my side don't, right? And if a right winger or a conservative sees that, right, they're not instantly going to become left wing, but they're going to be a lot more open to my ideas. They're going to think, oh shit, this Femyoz guy, not only does he look very submissive and breedable, but he's actually kind of based. I mean, this is what I've been saying, It's like, yeah, some cultures are fucking dog shit. Yeah, he's saying it how it is, It's like they'll view it that way. Rather than if I were to walk on eggshells, they'd be like, oh, it's just another cringe liberal SJW cuck, right? It's like, I think that's like an issue with liberals. Not specifically, like, it's more with liberals rather than leftists, but it's still a problem on our side, regardless, which is, everybody just acts so fucking cucked. Like, people are so scared to share their positions. All people benefit from the suffering of others. Yeah, like, that's just reality, right? It's like, if the clothes you're wearing are probably made by suffering, children in third world countries being used as slave labor, right? The same people that will be like, oh, but you're benefiting from this system of oppression, and so that's why being white is bad. Teehee. They don't usually live vegan lifestyles. They don't usually avoid buying clothes that were made in third world countries by child labor. They don't give a shit about any of that. They don't fucking care if a system is fucked up. The animal industry, the one that's completely fucked up in terms of how they actually, treat the animals and whatnot. It's like, yeah, that's a fucked up system, right? But I guess, people benefit from it, right? So I don't go out of my way to say you're a bad person, because, like, you didn't make the system. I didn't make the system. We can acknowledge that the system is bad and move on, because there's literally nothing we can do about it. Like, I know it sucks, but it's true, right? Now, you could say, oh, well, you should be advocating for it. It's like, yeah, well, I that's why I'm not opposed to vegans advocating for their ideas. I think that that's a good thing. Even though it's like, well, fuck, I'm hungry, I'm going to eat a burger, is sometimes how I think, right? It's still good to have those ideas out there, right? Same thing with, hey, don't forget that the clothes you're wearing, they didn't appear out of thin air, they were made by child slave labor, right? Being able to acknowledge harsh realities like that, without using that as a weapon to claim that everybody's a bad person, right? A bad person by what standard? Because obviously, if you set any standard, it's like, well, you are also a bad person if that's the case, right? I don't think that anybody lives a 100% clean, perfectly ethical lifestyle, right? I don't think that anyone's doing that. Maybe there's like 2 people on the face of the earth, but guess what? They have to have a shit ton of money first. I'm gonna save those kids one day. It's crazy, I had no idea. Wait, what? After 1.5 hours talking to the bank, I was finally able to pay my taxes. Yeah, taxes are so fucking complicated. If we just made them simpler, to be honest, I think that would actually make it harder for giant corporations and billionaire goals to evade the system, to be honest, because it gets so convoluted. And what that really boils down to is they can just, hire lawyers to be like, okay, yeah, we're gonna basically drag this out as much as fucking possible, right? And then it's like, well, by the time you would be able to prove that they've, committed tax evasion, it's like, well, now they're dead. So it's like, okay, they lived a happy life not paying their taxes, right? You're a bad person if you refuse to acknowledge it and pretend it doesn't exist. I guess maybe to an extent. It's not ideal, right? But it's like, I understand not wanting to think about it, right? I mean, hell, I don't want to think about, I don't want to think about where my food comes from. You fucking kidding me? I don't want to know how the sausage is made. Are you fucking kidding me? But it's like, I'm not going to claim that it's not, right? It's like, I think I might have at one point. But it was more of a, well, I don't think this will affect anything until I'm provided with counter evidence. And then it's like, well, okay, somebody made a supply and demand argument. And I'm like, okay, yeah, all right, fair enough. I was out of my depth because I, wasn't thinking about it in through the framework of economics, though obviously it's going to be more complicated than just basic supply and demand charts or whatever, right? I wouldn't blame someone if they didn't acknowledge it. How many people got iPhones? I doubt each iPhone user knows how many kids were exploited to make it. I mean, yeah, hell, I don't know how many. I know that there was some number. One, even if it's just one, it's one too many, right? I just typed 6 random letters and found this based. I mean, that's, the YouTube algorithm, When in doubt, it just serves you what it knows you want to watch, I mean, you clicked on it. So clearly, the YouTube algorithm knows what you think. It knows what you're looking for. Even you don't know what you're looking for, but YouTube does. You know what? That's actually a scary thing to think about, right? It's like, yeah, sometimes that almost is the case. Like, I know I'm kind of joking, but it's like, the YouTube algorithm, or any social media algorithm, it has been perfected so fucking much, right? Where it's like, oh, it knows each individual user so well, that it knows it can make predictions about what type of content anybody might want to watch, right? Even if you can't help, at least acknowledge it. Yeah, that's sort of like my position on veganism, right? I know it's the morally correct position. I acknowledge that. But I also like to eat burgers and steak. And I acknowledge that it's wrong, right? Guy just typed random letters and found the most cutie femboy. Why, thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, at least the YouTube algorithm isn't, like, completely fucking me over. If my stream's coming up into the feeds and search results of people that don't even know I exist, that's good news, right? It's serving my content to new people, which is good. So maybe it is a skill issue. Maybe my lack of growth on YouTube is actually a skill issue. In fact, it probably is, right? There's something I could be doing that I'm not. And I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just I need to be more consistent with producing the same type of content consistently over a long period of time, as well as posting more frequently. I would like to know the vegan stance on eating invasive species. I don't even mean this as a gotcha. I legit just want to know. That actually is a really good question. Yeah, no, that's interesting. You know what that makes me think of? Yeah, I guess morally, I wouldn't consider myself to be morally aligned with veganism. It would be more along the lines of isn't it? Yeah, it's pescatarianism where you only eat, like, fish or whatever, right? Because fish are not sentient or conscious or whatever. They don't have experiences, right? So the argument against so I think that most vegans would argue that, well, invasive species don't have experiences. They're not conscious. They don't have like, if you input something, you know, whether it be the input is killing them or allowing them to grow, right? You're not changing the level of positive or negative qualia that they experience because they don't have experiences. They are to a degree. They're not. Do you have a source that says that they are? Because I know insects aren't. Hardcore vegans wouldn't eat any sentient being. I don't think that. Or oh, you're referring to fish, right? Yeah. But I don't think fish. Well, I guess it would depend on the type of fish, right? For instance, a dolphin would be sentient, right? But I don't think that all fish are sentient. Rabbits for. Invasive species. I guess I was thinking more about like in plant life for whatever fucking reason, or like, sorry, not plant life, like shit that would be I was thinking sea life. That's what I meant to say. Rabbits, for example, are invasive, and they are mammals. Yeah. Okay. Now I get what you're saying. Now. I guess it depends on whether or not the vegan. The specific vegan is a utilitarian, right? So then they would have to assess, okay, does killing and the reason that I'm that I would be, if nothing else, sympathetic to their position is because it's not just because we eat animals. It's not killing animals that's the problem. It's the fact that the animals, while they are alive, are mistreated, right? So they are being the negative experiences are being forced upon them, right? By humans, right? We are forcing them to have negative experiences, right? So that's why it's morally wrong, right? I don't have a problem with killing animals to eat them as a fundamental concept. But again, and while I do believe that not on the basis of them being other animals, right? But I believe that the less sentient or conscious, like the less consciousness you experience, right, over the duration of your lifespan, the less moral consideration I would be willing to provide, right? To an extent, right? Because consciousness is like a spectrum, right? Which, even in terms of like, how the human species came to be, right? We evolved from microbes. Well, those microbes weren't sentient or conscious, right? But at some point there was very low levels of consciousness, but still consciousness nonetheless, right? Not worth as much moral consideration, but still worth some level of moral consideration at some point, right? Eating any animal literally defeats the purpose of being a vegan. I mean, that would be, if you want to make a supply and demand argument of, well, if you buy meat and whatnot, then if you buy meat, right, you're increasing the demand for it because now there are more people buying it, and now there's less meat because you bought some of it, right, so that they need to produce more meat. So over a lifetime of eating meat, there would be multiple animals that would be force bred, and those there would be more negative utility in terms of what the animals experience, right? So that would be the argument there, right? Now I believe that there are vegans that wouldn't be vegans under different circumstances, right? So for instance, if the animal industry, right, the meat industry, the dairy industry, like if the way the animals were treated wasn't cruel and unjustifiable, a lot of vegans I don't even think would be vegans, right? Because again, and at least this is my position, right? And maybe, and this is why I don't call myself a vegan, right? Maybe you could say I'm vegan adjacent or something, right? You can't really avoid killing animals as a vegan. If you grow crops, you gotta kill pests, not to mention all the animals you kill accidentally. Well, no, because again, I think that they base their worldview off of, okay, what they're trying to protect is sentient life, right, from being mistreated. That's what they have an issue with. They are against sentient life forms that are conscious, experience some level of consciousness, right? They experience qualia, right? Negative and positive, right? They have good and bad experiences, right? And they're, being forced to exist terrible lives, right? And being forced to breed with each other, right? I think that at that point, it's like, okay, would you call a mouse sentient? I don't know. I don't know where I draw the line. I'd say to an extent, right? Consciousness is like a spectrum, right? I mean, if you disagree with that, you're just denying evolution at that point, right? It has to be. It has to be a spectrum for humans to exist after evolving from microbes as the starting point. Or yeah. So if we start with microbes that obviously aren't sentient, right? The same way bacteria isn't sentient. Broadly, right? You wouldn't say that bacteria is sentient, right? You wouldn't say that individual cells in your body are sentient, right? But it's the collection of that, right? It's what microbes evolved into that became sentient, right? But it didn't just go from no sentience at all to the amount of sentience we have today, right? With one genetic mutation. It was a slow process where we slowly became more and more sentient and conscious and self-aware over time. It is not vegan to eat insects, right? Like when I say vegan, I'm using the term very loosely, right? There's a difference between like just vegan ideas in general versus extremely strict veganism. Don't even eat insects, or things that it's like, but like at that point you would just be forgetting the reason why you're even vegan in the first place, right? Bacteria isn't technically an animal though. They aren't even I can't pronounce words like both plants and animals, but maybe I'm being too technical now. Yeah, but think of microbes, right? What would you classify microbial life as, right? Would you classify microbial life as a plant or an animal? No. A microbe is not an animal, right? But microbes evolve into animals that would evolve into us, right? Being vegan, you are killing herbivorous animals because you are eating their food. Well, no, not necessarily, because you would just be growing more of it, right? It would be the same thing, right? So for instance, the supply and demand argument, right? So because you would be decreasing the supply of crops that you would be eating, right? And while simultaneously increasing the demand, right? Because there'd be less of it and more people that need it, right? So you would have, whatever, whoever's selling you it is going to create more of it, right? Because that's how supply and demand works, right? Technically there or neither. Yeah, that's the point. You don't believe in evolution, you either recognize it or not. Well, yeah, you get what I mean, though. Well, yeah, it is something that you believe in, right? But if you don't believe in it, you're delusional, right? So you do believe in it, right? The same way you believe that 2 + 2 = 4. Like, it's an objectively correct belief, but it's still a belief nonetheless, right? And vice versa, right? You can believe that the Earth is flat. That's your belief, but you're objectively wrong. You have an incorrect belief. You have a belief that is not grounded in reality, but it's a belief nonetheless, right? Beliefs do not intrinsically have to be ambiguous or open-ended, right? Well said. Okay, yeah. I think I did a good job. I zoned out, you waffling. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes when I say words that are like smart, I go on a tangent and say a bunch of stuff. I don't even know. Am I saying words that are smart, or am I just being autistic? I don't fucking know. Same thing, right? Same thing. What's the difference, right? I recognize the concept of evolution, but I do not believe in human evolution. Okay, so wait, you don't believe in human evolution. What is our starting point? And why is it that we're human-like species in the past, right? Next to another human-like species that we have evidence evolved into us, right? Like, are we just gonna, is that all fake? Is it made up by the deep state, the Jewish cabal? LMAO, I'm not delusional. Where's the irrefutable evidence we evolved? Archaeology is something that exists. Believe it or not, we can look at the bone structures and whatnot of you know, Homo sapiens that deceased long ago, right? We can see what we can use science, right? We can find the archaeological remains of whatever mammals there may have been at the time, right? And we see, okay, this one is really similar to this one, but ever so slightly different. And this one is similar to this one, but ever so slightly different, right? Right? So for instance, like you could change, so if you take a word, right? I'll give you an analogy. This is a very strange one, but I think it will illustrate my point, okay? So if you take a word, right? You write a word down on a whiteboard, right? You spell out the word, I don't know, penis, okay? But okay, you have the word penis, right? But then you remove the dot in the eye, but the other part of the eye is still there, okay? And then you remove the other part of the eye. Well, now it says pens, right? And now you slowly you erase the line of the e. You know what I'm talking about? The line before it goes loop-de-loop, right? And then you close the loop-de-loop, and then you add a thingy at the end to make it an A. You would be slowly transforming it into something, and then it would say pans, right? You'd be slowly changing it over time into something else, right? Into something that isn't the same thing. But if you took a snapshot, right, of every change that you made, right, you'd be able to see, okay, this turned into this, which turned into this, which turned into this, right? Now, this is a very simple version, right, of what I'm trying to describe here. And I'm trying to use an abstract example, because I think that that's something that anybody could get behind, regardless of any preconceived notions you may have. I don't get how people can deny fossils. Like, we literally have proof of their existence. How can you deny that? Exactly. Fossil record, genetics, and obvious resemblance to living primates, and to a lesser extent other animals too. Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh yeah, our DNA is just magically extremely similar to other species for some wacky reason. I'm sure it's just a coincidence that you know, that the difference between humans and apes is just is some genetic mutations, I guess you could say, right? But genetically, in terms of our DNA, we're more similar than we are different to apes, are we not? Why is that the case? Is that just because reasons? Did we just pop out of thin air like that? Why specifically would we share so much? Why would we have so much DNA in common with non-humans, right? If we were so special that we didn't even have to evolve, we just appeared out of thin air, then surely we would have our own unique DNA. We wouldn't share DNA with other species, right? There wouldn't be archaeological remains, right, or fossils of previous iterations of Homo sapiens. Now, would there? Actually, good point. Okay, I think I did a good job explaining it. So, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad that it made sense. Fossil record, genetics, and obvious resemblance to a living... Oh, wait. Oh, sorry, I read that. Bruh, if you really believe that humans just popped into existence out of nothing, not only are you delusional, but you are overestimating the importance of humanity. True. There's no solid physical evidence that we evolved from bacteria-like beings. Yes, there is. We evolved from microbes, right? Microbes evolved into you know, mammals, right? We traced it back to microbes. It's the same line of logic, right? It's the same line of logic, right? It's okay, this species is very similar to Like this bone structure is very similar to this previous one that's very similar, but if you go back far enough, you find that there's a common ancestor among different species, right? And that common ancestor ends up, being an ancestor that evolved from something else, right? And eventually, if you go far back enough, if you trace it far back enough, right, you can figure out, the scientists have figured out, we started at microbes. And now I think that I don't know how we traced it all the way back to microbes. If I'm not a scientist, but I believe it would have something to do with, okay, they know that, well, obviously they found microbes exist, right? And then they would work in the opposite order. It's like, okay, what's similar to a microbe? Okay, this thing is similar to a microbe, and which is similar to this thing, which is similar to this thing, right? But it's similar to this thing, right? And you work your way in the other direction. I would assume that that's how that would work. Humans are animals too, so of course there are species similar to us. Yeah. Davros 539, you put it really well. Cat just defeated their entire point. I don't believe we popped out of nowhere. So we evolved from something, did we not? We didn't evolve from microorganisms? I'm pretty sure we did. I mean, you can just Google this, right? Did we evolve from microorganisms? I mean, the first result from the Australian Academy of Science literally just says it is likely that I'm fucking retarded. I can't pronounce that. Eukaryotic cells, shut up. I know I pronounced it wrong. Of which humans are made, evolved from bacteria about 2 billion years ago, right? Again, we can trace what is inside of our body. We can look at the cells in our bodies, right? We can look and see what is our body made out of? What is the stuff that makes humans, right? What is the stuff like? What are the cells, and what are the cells comprised of, right? I would assume that that's how they figured it out. So I would be wrong in my assessment from before. It wasn't you working in the opposite direction. It's literally just analyzing humans as they currently are, finding what cells are humans made out of, right? Because the cells, in terms of the cells we're made out of, right? That the cells start to, it's like, yeah, we have cells that are made out of certain matter, right? And which is, the certain smaller, like, if you go down to, like, cells are the smallest, keyword, like, okay, well, but science does not denote something that 100% definitive proof, there's no questions that can be asked, don't you dare ever, try to look for any alternative evidence. But if the science is like, okay, this is the most likely outcome, and it's basically, if this is the most likely outcome, there's no reason to say, no, that's wrong, I don't believe that, right? Now, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be open to alternative explanations. That's not what I'm saying, right? If there's an alternative, if scientists discover something completely different that we weren't expecting, there's a chance that happens. It would not be wise of us to just ignore that or be like, oh, but you already said this, and science can't change, right? The reason why you would use a word like likely is because there is some room for change, for a different interpretation, right? For science to change, right? But again, science is the most accurate approximation of the way in which the world functions and the way in which things function in general that we have. It makes predictions more accurately than anything else. That's what the scientific method is for. Google Scholar is your friend. Yeah, maybe I should start using that more. I'm really, I hear that and I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do that, because I remember that was something we had to do in school. So it's like I'm a contrarian, so I do like the opposite of what I'm told, but most likely it doesn't equate to fact. Well, the fact of the matter is it's the most accurate approximation that we have, right? There's and like, again, like if you go, okay, bigthink.com, maybe not nearly, I don't know if that's a reliable source, but here it says all life forms, with the arguable exception of viruses, came from the same cellular-based universal common ancestor dating back billions of years, right? That, and it's talking about a specific type of cell that we have. It's talking about different. It's going to like, because they're talking about such a specific phenomenon, right? That's why they're using the term likely, right? No, I'm not going to use the New York Times as my source. I'm trying. All right, fine. I'll use Google Scholar. How the fuck do you even? Where's the option for that again? Is it this? No. Sorry, I'm stupid. I'll just search it in Google and hope for the best. Google Scholar, okay? Oh, it's scholar.google.com. Okay. Did we evolve from microorganisms? What is this? Dynamics and genetic basis of adaptation. Okay. Functional traits and evolutions. Okay, this is like smart people stuff. Okay, this is talking about evolution. Ooh, this could be good. This could be good. Okay. Alright, so alright, here's something I found. So yada yada. So basically the abstract is okay, so it looks like all animals and plants establish symbiotic relationships with microorganisms. Symbiotic microorganisms are transmitted between generations. The association between host and symbiont affects the fitness of the holobiont within its environment. I'm not educated enough to know what the fuck that means. I'm retarded, I'm sorry. Variation in the shut the fuck up. I know, I'm stupid. Can be brought. This is why I don't like to do evolution debates, because it's like, oh yeah, let me use a source that consists of information that was written by people like 1,000 times smarter than me that know shit that I don't, and I won't know how to defend it in an argument. More than 100 years of biological research has demonstrated the importance of microorganisms in the health, yada yada. Free molecular techniques. Number far exceeds that. Okay, this is talking about. Okay, this is talking about the symbiotic relationships, right? Between but this isn't. This doesn't seem to be talking about how. Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, if microbial symbionts play such an important role in the life of their eukaryotic hosts, why should they not also play a role in the evolution of these higher organisms? In the present paper, we shall address this question by developing and discussing the hologenome theory of evolution, which is briefly mentioned in a previous review. Oh my fucking god. This is why I don't usually do this. This is like I don't think you guys are understanding what I'm saying, holy cow tits. There is no irrefutable proof to back up your claim, therefore you cannot claim it as a fact. As in there's a non-zero chance. Oh, okay, but that goes into the but this goes for anything, right? You don't know that you're not a brain in a vat, right? But you have enough certainty, even though it's not actual certainty. You're not truly certain of anything, that you're not the only conscious entity in the entire universe, and that, I'm not just a construct of your imagination, because all you have to go off of is your perspective, but you don't know what causes your perspective. You don't know if I'm real. I could be something that you have constructed in your own mind, because you are the only mind. Your entire perspective is in your mind. Your entire perspective is all that you consciously experience and know. That is your entire world, and you don't have any definitive proof that it's not. So if we're going to go down the route of, yeah, we don't know anything. Yes, I agree. We for all I know, I'm not even streaming right now, and I'm having a schizophrenic delusion. That's totally possible from my perspective, right? I don't know. I'm pretty sure that that's not the case, right? I might assert as a fact that, well, no, I'm just streaming, right? If I say I'm streaming, and me streaming, the fact that I'm streaming is a fact, right? I don't think that that's an incorrect or delusional statement, right? I can say I believe in God, but I can't say that God's existence is factual because there's no proof. Well, but that's the difference, is there's no logical basis for believing in God. Usually when people believe in God, they believe it because that's what other people told them to believe. I'm acknowledging that it is a theory I don't believe. Okay, but that's the thing, right? Is just because there's some level of uncertainty doesn't mean that you have to default to definitively claiming that it's not the case, right? So you're saying that because you're not 100% certain that the scientific consensus on this is 100% right, without any error or room for improvement, that automatically means that all of it must be incorrect and that the opposite must be true, which is a fallacious argument, right? You can say, I don't know for sure. Hell, I don't know with 100% certainty either. Again, I don't even know with 100% certainty that the world around me is even real, right? But again, we presuppose certain things. We allow for certain margins of error in our judgment, right? Because they're negligible or not worth considering, unless you're a scientist trying to disprove science. That's what scientists do, by the way. That's the whole point of the scientific method. You try to prove yourself wrong, right? This is why I don't consider myself to be good at science, right? I'm a debate bro, right? I'm good at proving myself right. So that's like the opposite of science in a way. It's taking what I already believe and saying, yes, this is why it's correct. However, I am willing to concede a position if I end up being wrong, right? But in terms of like how I present certain arguments and information, I'm usually going to present it with a bias in favor of me. I'm not going to be like, okay, I might tear apart my own argument in my free time just so I can make it better, but you get the point, right? I'm definitely not claiming anything. I'm stating my own personal belief. Okay, but you don't have any evidence to believe in your own personal belief, okay? I can believe that there's a purple elephant in my backyard right now, and that's my personal belief. And maybe there isn't and maybe nobody can prove that there isn't, right? But that doesn't mean that it's not a delusional belief. There's no logical reason for me to believe that, right? If all of the evidence suggests otherwise, right, then I'm going to go with what the evidence says, right? Now, that doesn't mean that I will assert with a level of certainty of 100% with no room for ambiguity or error that my position must definitively be the correct position, that evolution must have happened this specific way. But I think that there's enough certainty, there's enough evidence for me to come to the logical conclusion that yes, this is how this happened, right? This is what we evolved from, right? I'm gonna go with what the scientific consensus says, because that's what there's the most evidence for, right? Generally, right? Unless they're doing some crazy wacko shit, right? Then maybe I'm indifferent or disagree. But again, that's creationists are being triggered over being wrong all the time. Yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, it's like what did we start from? Please enlighten me, right? We would have had to have started from some sort of a microbial life, because we're made out of cells, right? But where did those cells come from, right? Where did our cells, the ones in our bodies come from, right? They had to come from somewhere, right? What is the first point? What is the furthest back common ancestor according to your worldview? What did we evolve from? What is the first? What is the furthest back common ancestor? To the point where anything that goes any further beyond that, we're just dealing with macromolecules and proteins and whatnot, right? Things that aren't life, right? What is the furthest back you can go while still categorizing it as life? What are you talking about? I have a legitimate reason to doubt evolution, which is... I'm not trying to convert you guys, I'm saying what I believe, and you guys are losing your shit over it by correcting you for saying dumb shit. That doesn't make any sense. You're appealing to... You're doing the thing. You're doing the thing of, well, it's just a difference in beliefs, ooh woo, as soon... Like, you'll assert your claim, okay? And then I'll explain why your assertion is retarded, and so will the rest of chat, and then you'll do the thing where you're like, oh, but that's just my belief, ooh woo. We just have a difference in beliefs, ooh woo. Like, it's like, you stated your position. You can be criticized for it, right? I don't care if you're trying to believe, convert us into believing the same thing that you believe, right? Your only legitimate reason so far has been, well, they used the word likely, therefore it isn't true for sure. Yeah, exactly. This is a very fallacious argument, right? It's like, well, if I'm not 100% certain that this is true, I'm going to go with the less likely option and then assert that the less likely option must be true because there isn't definitive proof for the more likely option. Religion is faith-based. I don't need proof to believe in God. Yeah, well, I agree that you don't need proof to believe in anything. But if you want to have a justified belief, you do need proof, usually. Unless it's going to be based on... I mean, there are some things where it's like, okay, this can be based on intuition, right? For instance, when I bring up the concept of a positive and negative qualia, right? Even though I didn't come up with those terms, right? I think I got that from Moxie. I think I got it from talking to Moxie. Yeah, I think I did, right? But I intuitively understand that I have experiences. Now, what those experiences entail is up for interpretation, right? But I know that I experience positive and negative qualia, right? But that's something where you can intuitively have a justifiable statement without having to break it down much further, right? But for instance, what evidence do you have to support that not only is there a God that created the universe, right? Maybe that happened. I'm not against that position, right? That's totally possible, right? Philosophically, I'm more of an atheist, right? Agnostic. I'm more of an atheist in my day-to-day life. Sorry. I meant to say I'm more agnostic, philosophically speaking, right? So how do you know that not only was there a God that created the universe, and not only was that God, conscious and deliberately created the universe, and is omnipresent, and not only do they still exist today, and not only have they been accurately depicted by humans, but it just so happens to be your God that's the correct one out of the thousands of other religions. I don't have to prove that your God doesn't exist to say that it's an unjustifiable claim, okay? Now, if you can prove that there's not a purple elephant in my backyard, but only I can see it and it's invisible, but it's not schizophrenia, if you can disprove that, go for it. Try your best, but you can't. You can say that what you can do is you can say, well, that's an unjustifiable claim. There's no good reason for me to believe that. and you would be correct in that assessment. But that same line of logic goes to your religion. There is no good reason for me to believe in your religion. You just assert it as the truth because you say so, really. Because it's most likely what you were told to believe growing up, right? Whatever your religion is, I'm guessing you haven't shown any proof of I never claimed there was evidence to support God. I literally just said it was faith-based. Well, you haven't shown any proof. Proof of what? I don't have to prove that you're... okay, well, actually, I lied when I said I was an atheist. I believe in the flying spaghetti monster now. Okay? Can you prove that the flying spaghetti monster doesn't exist? What evidence do you have to support the claim that the flying spaghetti monster is not the ultimate arbiter of truth? What did you say? Wait, what? Oh, you're responding to somebody else. Okay. Either way, there is no good reason for you to believe in God. And you would acknowledge that, right? So why do you believe in God? It's just, again, the reason why, even if it's a bad reason, or a non-reason, whatever, a non-argument, right? You still had to use your own cognition to come to the conclusion that your God is the correct one, okay? So it's faith, religious, based on faith, not evidence. Well, yeah, that's why religion is dumb, right? Proof that we evolved from microorganisms. Well, that's the scientific consensus is that is the most likely scenario, right? Do you have a counter study? Because it seems like you're asserting the contrary. You say that you believe in the contrary, right? So the burden of proof is on you, actually, because you made a negative claim. You would have to show why there's more evidence to suggest the contrary, right? You don't have to prove it, with 100% certainty either. All you have to do is prove that there is more evidence for the contrary, right? But for instance, when you had a problem with the term likely being used, okay. So, but what's the opposite of likely? Well, the opposite of likely is unlikely, okay? So what that means is that my worldview is likely the correct one. It is likely for me to be correct in my assessment by saying, yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't know with 100% certainty. But it seems like the scientific consensus is that, yes, we evolved from microbial organisms, right? And it's something that intuitively makes sense as well, right? However, that also denotes that your position is unlikely, okay? So if my position is likely, okay, that means meaning that a chance, the chance of it being correct is greater than 50%, let's say, okay? Let's say there's a 95% chance that I'm correct, okay? That means that there's a 5% chance that you're correct and a 95% chance that you're incorrect, right? So not only does it mean that my claim is more likely, it means that your claim is unlikely. What you believe is unlikely. Is Femyoz still arguing with the Omegle guy? No, we're way beyond that. Once again, bro, I don't have to prove anything because I'm not trying to change your mind. You made a claim. You said that you don't believe that we evolved from microbial life, but you failed to provide evidence. You were the one that started with the claim, okay? Well, sure, you could argue, well, I made the claim that yeah, it almost certainly, maybe you could say. Maybe I framed it as almost certainly, even if I didn't say those words. Maybe that was the impression you got, was, oh, okay, almost certainly. It almost certainly is the case that we evolved from microbial life, right? There's no counter studies, right? There's no evidence that suggests otherwise. So why the fuck would I believe otherwise? I'm gonna believe what scientists who are actually smarter than me and know what they're talking about more than I do, rather than just some random person in chat. I'm not debating which claim is more likely, but you have no good reason. You don't have a reason to believe what you believe. I have a reason to believe what I believe. Faith is good sometimes. That gives people perseverance to life. I'm not arguing that faith is inherently immoral. That's not my claim, right? I don't think you're a bad or a worse person if you have faith in anything, really, right? That's not the claim, right? If your faith serves you utility, then I don't see why that, if it's genuinely a net positive in your life, then I don't see an issue with that. Okay, I'm a utilitarian. Those are my ethics, right? Generally, right? Once you get to interpersonal situations and my deeper philosophy, it turns into existentialism. But we're not there yet in this discussion. I made a statement, not a claim. Well, usually when you make a statement, right? When you state something, right? If I say that what you did, it would be equivalent to me saying, well, I believe that 2 + 2 = 5, right? That it would be like that, right? Oh, well, and then as soon as somebody's like, no, okay, if you have 2 cookies and then 2 more cookies, okay, you can take here. I'm literally holding 4 cookies, okay? Here's 2 in one hand, here's the other 2. If I move these 2 to this hand, then I have 4 cookies in this hand, right? But oh no, I'm not saying which one is more likely. No, I'm just saying what I believed. I didn't make I just made a statement. I don't, I wasn't claiming that 2 + 2 = 5. That was just a random statement I was making, not a claim. I don't have a good reason to believe in God? Yes, that is correct. You don't, right? Now, if your faith serves you utility, I'm not going to try and take that away from you, right? But if if you are sharing your beliefs on to a streamer who is known for being an obnoxious debate bro, with an audience of other obnoxious debate bros, and I mean that in a good way, by the way, then you have to expect people are going to debate you, right? That's a given. It's a provable fact that 2 + 2 = 4. Okay, I think okay, fair enough. All right, if you want to take that route, okay. So let's take a mathematical theorem, okay, something where there's more certainty that you would have for to agree with me, right? Because I have more certainty for that than something like, okay, what are the nitty-gritty details of how we evolved, right? So take for instance a mathematical postulate, right? It's the mathematical equivalent of a presupposition, right? We presuppose that this is the case, right? For instance, was it the is vertical angles a postulate or a theorem? Well, either way, right? You might use postulates to create theorems, right? But the more complex you get, right, when it comes to math, right, the more abstract it becomes, the more difficult it is to know if something is for certain is correct, right? Evolution is a law, not a theory. Well, I'm talking, yeah. Well, and I'm talking about mathematical theorems, right, or statements that can be made, right? Now, the reason you would acknowledge mathematical proofs as enough proof is because it's like, okay, you're using, it is internally consistent, right? You would acknowledge that. Maybe that's the reason, right? It's straightforward to the point, right? You would have to contradict yourself to not come to this conclusion with your mathematical proof, right? But have you ever considered that maybe, just maybe, and maybe not to the same level of certainty, right? But to some extent that maybe that's the case with evolution, that you get the point, right? It's internally consistent with itself, right? That everything fits the model, right? ever tried doing research on evolution, Cat? Like, ever? Yes, of course. Have you been to a museum? No, I've... Honestly, here's the thing, right? If you're going to take a position on something, right, usually, you know... Now, okay, if you had said something along the lines of, I don't know if evolution did or didn't happen. I don't know. I don't have enough knowledge on the subject. I would respect that, right? It's like, yeah, okay, you just didn't learn about it in school or whatever, right? Or, you know, you just don't have enough certainty to make a definitive claim. You're not confident in defending your claim, right? So you don't make it in the first place, right? I would respect that, right? Yeah, sure. You can take an indifferent approach, and, you know, because maybe that's not within your field of expertise. I mean, hell, I don't usually talk about it either because it's not my field of expertise. I'm not terrible at it, but I'm definitely not the best. Microorganisms evolved into simple multicellular organisms, which evolved into more complex multicellular organisms, including humans. Yeah, exactly. But, Kat, if you're going to make a claim for the contrary, you need to demonstrate that there is some alternative model that functions just as accurately, if not more accurately, than the model that I have presented. You need to demonstrate that there is some alternative model that works scientifically. Saying I believe is basically the same as saying I don't know. So if I said I believe that 2 + 2 = 5, that's not a, you know, maybe if that's my belief, you know, maybe what that would, okay. So if I state that I believe and assume that I'm not lying, okay, that I believe that 2 + 2 = 5, right? Technically speaking, that's not an incorrect statement, but the belief itself is incorrect, right? Technically, the statement would be correct if I genuinely believed that 2 + 2 = 5. I'd be saying I believe this is the case, not that this is the case, right? But the belief in of itself is still there. It still exists, and the belief itself would be incorrect. All you're doing is adding additional semantic layers that don't actually serve any purpose other than to distance yourself from the claims you're making so you can say that they're not claims. You are making a claim, right? Even if it's just to yourself, right? You have made it very clear that you believe in some alternative timeline of events, right? Which is fine if you can provide evidence for that, right? Bro, once again, that's a ridiculous example. Well, I'm showing you that well, I'm not using it as an example to say this is an example of somebody being just as incorrect as you. But what I am saying is it doesn't matter if you say that the only distinction there, the point I was making is that the only distinction there, right, is that while it is true that your statement of you saying you believe something wouldn't be incorrect, right? That wouldn't be incorrect, right? Your belief itself would be. It would be just as incorrect, right? But let's say you were to make the statement, regardless of what you believe, say for instance, 2 + 2 does equal 5. You make a definitive claim. Well, usually people make statements like that as a reflection of their beliefs, right? Ultimately, you're just saying the same thing, but in different words with a different level of confidence, right? That's what it is, right? But you're still wrong at the end of the day. Evolution is true and that's all. But you were saying that we didn't evolve from microorganisms. Do you have any evidence that we didn't? Because if you're going to make that claim, right, and you said that, we didn't evolve. Never once I said it could be wrong. I'm talking about the microorganism thing, okay? Oh, wait, I'm misreading this. Wait. Oh, how is it correct when you already admitted that there was a chance it could be wrong? Because my belief is still the most justifiable one, okay? Just because there isn't 100% proof of something, as in there's no room for any little tweaks or changes down the line, right? Just because that, like, just because it doesn't meet this impossible standard of 100% certainty, right? Again, I'm not certain that the universe or world around me exists and that I'm, for all I know, I could be a brain in a vat. I don't know, right? I'm not certain, right? But again, you have set an unreasonable standard as your standard of evidence to come to a justifiable conclusion. And then you are using that as a defense for you automatically going to the opposite of the conclusion, right? As if one conclusion not being 100% guaranteed automatically means that the other conclusion is justifiable. The other conclusion isn't justifiable, right? It's so unlikely that it's statistically negligible, right? You can't say that without a doubt. You can't say anything without a doubt. You don't know that I'm real. I could be a part of your schizophrenic delusion right now. You don't know that. But again, we accept some level of ambiguity, right? And we assume that things are as they appear to be, usually, right? Unless there's counter evidence to that, right? And then if we see counter evidence to that, we look at the counter evidence and what the counter evidence actually is, what it means, etc. And then we modify our beliefs, right? That's why we don't believe that the earth is flat anymore, right? For instance, this would, you know what this would be the equivalent of, right? Is I don't remember who it was that for their model of the way that the earth rotates around the sun, right? It was a circular model, right? Now, it was an incorrect model, right? There was no 100% certainty that it was correct. And actually, it wasn't, right? The way planets orbit in ellipses, not circles, right? They don't orbit in perfect circles, right? So that model was wrong, but it's more accurate than anything that flat earthers were saying, right? And then obviously, the model was changed and improved upon over time, and there was less and less error over time, right? And it became a more and more accurate model of the planet, right? And even though there's not 100% certainty, right? You can't have 100% certainty that you even exist, right? You don't know. You don't have 100%. Like, again, there's no such thing as 100% certainty that you're not just a brain in a vat, okay? But again, the same logic applies here, right? It's we started with a rough idea or theory, and we did some more science, okay? We figured some more things out. We discovered more things, right? We took a model that even though it's not 100% accurate, it is better than anything we had in the past, and then changing it to be more accurate and improving upon it, right? That's why I say it's the most accurate thing. The best predictor we have, not it is 100% set in stone and not subject to change at all, because science does change. Now, the extent to which it changes is going to vary, right? But again, you are free to accept the ambiguity, and I'm free to reject it, but you're saying that you believe in something that you have acknowledged is way less likely to be the case, but you still believe in that over, the actual logical position that you could have, which there's actually a mountain of scientific evidence for and no counter evidence against, right? Again, the most of when if there are changes to this, right, it's usually going to be some small little caveats at this stage, right? At this stage in discovering how these things work. You can't prove I'm wrong, just like you can't prove. Okay, but that's like saying, okay, well, you can't prove that I'm real. You can't prove that there's not a purple elephant in my backyard. So is it reasonable? So if I said there's a purple elephant in my backyard, would it be reasonable for you to agree with me and say, yeah, I believe you, Femyoz, there is a purple elephant in your backyard, because I can't disprove it, right? Would that be a justifiable thing to believe in? No, it wouldn't. Oh, maybe perhaps it has something to do with it being very unlikely to the point where it's not even worth considering as a genuine possibility. Oh, okay. It's like, once it's been considered as a possibility, especially, right? It's like, and scientists will consider something like that as a genuine possibility. It's like, okay, You know, maybe there's some other mysterious factors that we don't know about, right? Some epic science stuff that we haven't discovered yet. They account for that, right? They account that there's going to be some margin of error with everything that they do, right? Creationism has been proven wrong ages ago. So yes, we can already prove you are wrong. Yeah, it's like, unless you, like, again, unless you have this unreasonable standard for proof, which can be used as an argument for, well, you don't know that you're real, you don't know I'm real, I could be the voices inside your head type of shit, you could be the only conscious entity in the universe type of shit, like, unless you're going to apply that kind of standard, right, which is great for philosophy, right, or sorry, epistemology, I think would be, yeah, it would be, well, yeah, that would be more along the lines of your epistemic foundation, right, is that I know that I have experiences in terms of my consciousness, but I don't know what those experiences are actually caused by with definitive 100% certainty, right? I don't know if the people around me are real, right? So, but everybody's sort of, maybe not everybody, but most people, because it's convenient, presuppose that they're not the only conscious entity in the universe, right? Is it wrong for them to do that? And is it wrong to presuppose that you are the only conscious entity in the universe? This is a question that I genuinely don't know the answer to. Here's an example. If you are only 90% certain someone is guilty of a heinous crime, is it okay to execute them for it? Well, obviously not. Oh my god, you're actually being so retarded. But that doesn't mean... But that's because there is weight attached to such an action, right? Executing... again, the standard of evidence needs to be guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, because there can't be that margin of error there, right? That doesn't mean that it is more likely for them to be innocent, right? But the reason you would believe treat them like they're innocent would be on the basis of obviously, you know, you have to be guilty beyond a reasonable doubt when it comes to legal shit, right? Because you don't want people that are innocent to get convicted, because there is a negative consequence attached to that, right? So this is a false equivalency, because there are negative repercussions for being wrong there, right? In terms of this will ruin a life, right? So there's a huge difference, right? As opposed to, okay, here's just scientific data we've collected to come to this conclusion, right? Now, you know, even if, we're 99% certain that this is the case, right? It's like, but there's nothing at stake. There's no reason to not believe the 99%, right? There's no risk. It's not like a risk to believe in what there's the most evidence for, right? And obviously, over time, you collect more and more evidence, right? Once you execute somebody, there's no going back. There's no room for interpretation. There's no undoing it or changing it slowly over time. None of that. You can't do that, legally speaking, right? But science has room for that, right? There's room for change, right? If something just so happens to be wrong, you can go back and change it, right? You can't go back and unexecute somebody that was executed for a wrongful conviction. And again, you know, there has to be at some threshold, arbitrary or not, right? It's going to be arbitrary, right? In a criminal court system, right? Where it's like, okay, you can't just have nobody get convicted, right? If you're not even 100% certain that they exist, you know, in terms of your epistemic foundation, it's like, okay, well, in a court case, you don't have to prove, like, you don't have to you know, learn epistemology and figure all this shit out, and then somehow magically prove that you exist, the world around you exists, that the people in the court case exist. You don't have to fucking do that, right? All of that is sort of just presupposed, right? Again, it's never going to be 100% certainty. That is an unachievable goal, right? But there has to be some sort of threshold, right? That's reasonable, right? Evolution is a fact, either recognize it or not. Yeah, there's no negative consequences attached to me rejecting God. Oh, there is a negative consequence attached to me rejecting... Oh my god, no, you're falling for it, This is something I used to be terrified of. I used to be terrified of hell, okay? But once again, hell is just a fear tactic, right? The weight attached to the consequences of the religion you believe in, right, in terms of not believing in it, that this applies to other religions as well. Why is it the case that Christianity is more likely, right? And again, there being, the idea that, oh, well, if Christianity is correct, then the stakes are high, does not make Christianity any more correct. It just scares you into submission, right? But at the end of the day, all you have to do is do an internal critique and realize how none of it adds up, why it's inconsistent with reality and with itself, right? How the philosophy doesn't make any sense. There's no real moral framework, right? It's just what some guy from thousands of years ago thought sounded good, really, right? That's my interpretation of it, right? I would wager that it would be primarily based on their intuition, right? That would be what they would have gone off of, right? And that might be why some things might hold up, right? There might be things that are put there that are intuitively obvious, right? For instance, it is bad to murder thy neighbor, okay? But we intuitively understand that anyways, right? So I'm not 100% certain, but I'm pretty sure. Okay, this was written. This is something that was written based on a person's, or I guess multiple people's intuition, right? What they intuitively understood to be correct in their worldview, right? But that doesn't mean it's internally consistent, or that it's right or accurate or morally justifiable, right? And that's why you might, and because it's written by multiple people, you might even find, oh, isn't it funny how this part contradicts this part, right? It's like, and it's because the people writing aren't always going to be hyper focused on, okay, let me make sure there's no plot holes, right? They can't. It's like these are people that have different worldviews, different interpretations, different intuition writing the same book, and it's because of that there might be certain contradictions, right? There might be opposing ideas, right? And both of them being asserted as true, or neither of them are true, or whatever it may be. The problem is you guys have zero respect for religion. You're right. I don't have respect for it. It's like, do you have respect for I'm only gonna respect your religion if you're willing to unironically respect the flying spaghetti monster. Okay, you have to respect pastafarianism. Okay, it goes both ways. You have to respect all sorts of. You have to respect Aunt Jemima religion, where Aunt Jemima is the Lord and Savior, right? But you don't, because you recognize, oh, well, that's just fucking delusion, right? So you might laugh at it, make fun of it, right? Which is perfectly fine and understandable, right? But this goes both ways, right? So either all of it's okay or none of it. I can disagree with your perspective without hating you. All right, I'm switching. Like, look, here's the thing, right? Like, there's a difference between not respecting what somebody believes in versus not respecting individual people. Religion is a positive society. You really think that? What evidence do you have to support that? How does it benefit society for people to have a moral framework that's not internally consistent, that can't even be agreed upon in terms of how it's interpreted, a system that has been abused and exploited many times, that has been used to justify some of the worst atrocities that this world has seen? Religions are a delusion. Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's a delusion, right? There's no... It's just believing in something that there isn't sufficient evidence for. You're just believing in something because it's what other people told you to believe, right? Literally Google it. Yes, Google is always right. But yeah, no. Yeah, you could probably find anecdotal experiences of religion benefiting individual people, maybe. But religious people aren't better off on average, right? This is something that I do know, they're not more likely to live lifestyles that are morally good either, right? We just used Google against Cat. All right, well, I used Google Scholar. That was the difference. All right, fine, whatever. how does religion affect society? It's gonna depend on the religion too. It's like, okay, the Heritage Foundation, I would assume is your. It's like, okay, it's saying it's saying this shit, okay? But again, we'll look at it and see if they have any real sources attached to it. But again, something tells me that this is going to be a bunch of shit. Read full report. Okay, do they have sources? Okay, wait, hold on. Does this give a source? No? Okay. I was trying to click on one of the numbers. Yeah, no, that's not a source. Okay. Okay, it's saying what Congress should do. So this is an opinion piece. This is just what some retards wrote. They're not. Okay, so, okay, alright, now this is, Middletown, one of the, his classic sociological, studied, blah, 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 1920s, third time back. There's a relationship between family and the church, affiliation, activity. And again, the 1920s are not the same as currently, right? Redivided between marriage status, blah, 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 between those who identify with a church denomination. Well, okay, what if you're a non-denominational Christian? So that might be an argument against Christian non-denominationalism, Christian fundamentalism, no denomination. Religious, blah, blah, blah. Concluded a Connecticut Mutual Life Report. Where? Do you have a link? Marital status, whether or not it increases the likelihood of staying married is irrelevant, because if the marriage is an unhappy one, then it's bad if they stay married, right? Being married is not intrinsically desirable, okay? If you're married to an abuser and you're religious, you're probably going to be less likely to get a divorce, okay? Blah, blah, blah. This is just a bunch of bullshit. Okay. Their effects, blah, blah, blah. State budgets, don't care. All right, we'll scroll down to the bottom. Okay, oh, looks like maybe they do have a source. Tracking, clearly indicating grew up in poverty, attend church weekly in both. Okay, I need to see the source material, because they're citing certain things, but I'm not going to take their word for it, because I assume this is what you were referring to. Because they're citing things, but they're not giving you access to the source material. And that's what I have a problem with. I want to see the source material. Oh, okay. Show references, maybe? Oh, no, that's just expanding. Oh, wait, is this the sources? Is there a link? Something I can click on, maybe? Something tells me if they're using the sources they're using are being misrepresented. But either way, it's just whatever. Is there a .gov site maybe? Pew Research. Okay, Pew Research. Okay. Okay. Well, Pew Research is more reliable. Okay. Maybe I end up being wrong. Google didn't help you against me. What are you talking about? Isn't even a hot take. Everyone acknowledges what a religion play. It doesn't do shit. Religion just scares people into submission. Oh, if you'll go to hell if you don't believe in it. More engaged with family. Okay, I don't know. Okay, I guess I'm wrong on that, maybe. But I don't, again, it's not intrinsic to be. And keep in mind that this doesn't account for people that are kind of sort of vaguely religious. Like, yeah, I'm like a Christian. I like go to church sometimes, and like I pray every other day, probably. I think that Jesus is real and stuff. Versus like people that like genuinely like believe, if that makes sense, right? They don't categorically distinguish those. They don't account for that, right? So for instance, if I would wager that if say you took if you broke it down into okay, wait, it says high. Oh wait, no, it does say highly religious. Sorry, it's small. It's hard to see. Okay, so highly religious respondents are defined as those who say they pray daily and attend religious services at least once a week. Okay, all right. But praying every day doesn't mean you're a fundamentalist, though. That doesn't mean you're one of the crazies. Not distinctive. Wait, what? Social consciousness. Belief in God. Who say... Percentage of Christians who say it is an essential part of what it... Oh, belief in God, gratitude, forgiveness, and honesty, top essentials of what it means to be a Christian. Okay, so here it says percent of Christians who say it is an essential part of what it means to be a Christian. So believing in God, 86%. That's just the belief that there is a God. Okay, being grateful for what you have, 71%. Okay, forgiving those who have wronged you. Again, this is not exclusive to Christianity, but that's a good thing, right? Being honest at all times. I think it's okay to lie to like authority, right? Like like for instance, if you're like gonna get into legal trouble because of some stupid law you broke that you weren't doing anything immoral, but technically it's like okay, or like whatever it may be, right? If because that would, but if in terms of. But I'm assuming, and I'm at least hoping, or praying, if you will, that this is referring to social honesty, being honest socially, right? When there's not something at stake, if that makes sense, right? As in, well, maybe there is something at stake socially, but like lying to law enforcement, for instance, is justifiable, right? Or for instance, if let's say there was there was somebody that came to your house, showed up. At the front door with a gun, pointed at you, saying, "Where is your family?" Right? Well, would you be a bad person for lying about that if you did? If you don't tell them, wouldn't you be omitting the truth? Right? It's like there becomes a lot of ambiguity, and also paying regularly, 63. Paying regularly to who? The church? Because that's something that many people have criticized is the way that gets abused. Okay, so that's all right. So working to help poor and needy, 52%. Notice how 52% of it, that this doesn't correspond with how many of them are socialists, though. It's almost like they're not even consistent in their beliefs, because if they were, they wouldn't be, they wouldn't be like, oh yeah, the freer the market, the freer the people, right? That wouldn't be their position, right? Because obviously that's a bullshit statement, right? It's like, no, the freer the market, the more easy it is for big corporations to exploit people, right? Committing to spend time with family, 48. I don't know, I don't care about that. Reading Bible/religious materials, 42. So it's like, okay, so notice how over half of these people don't even read the fucking Bible. Attending religious services, 35%. The majority of Christians don't even believe that it's essential to go to church. Not losing temper. Again, this is not exclusive to Christianity. Helping out in your congregation. Okay, whatever. Dressing modestly, which benefits nobody, 26%. I'm glad that's lower. That's lower than I thought it would be. So that's good news, right? Working to protect the environment, living a healthy lifestyle, resting on Sabbath. Oh yeah. I don't know. I'm not opposed to that. The environment is important. Buying from companies that pay fair wage, 14%. Isn't that funny? that pay fair wage. Now, again, this is not... You don't have to read the Bible to be a Christian, which, I mean, I guess. I mean, I never believed that you did when I was a Christian. I believed that if God wants to be known, that he will be known by my intuition, that I don't have to know how to read even, right? That I intuitively would understand that he exists, right? That I intuitively know what is and isn't moral, right? But ultimately, what that really ended up being is me asserting that my intuition is God. That's what that was, right? And I think I've been able to grow as a person way more than I ever would have been able to if I remained Christian, right? It's like, well, if anything goes against my intuitive beliefs, that's going against God, right? Because God made it so that I intuitively understand right from wrong, right? So then, you know, to go against that would be to go against God. And I used to believe that, right? If I intuitively understood something is correct, then the Bible is inaccurate, is essential to go to church. Okay, I'm glad you acknowledged that. Huh. Okay. Well, I'm glad you acknowledged that the Bible's inaccurate, because it is a bunch of horse shit. Beliefs are strongly linked to actions. Are they? Wait. I mean, we'll look at this here. Oh, God. Living healthy, exercised. So, okay, so this is how many people follow through. So it's pretty split. You can look at the... I'm not going to read all the numbers out loud, but you can see. Factor. The pay a fair wage is essential. So, okay. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so... Oh, okay, I see what this means. So buying from companies that pay a fair wage is essential to being Christian. So for people that believe in that, it is actually a major factor in purchasing decision. Well, that's good. I'll give them credit when credit is due. People not essential to being Christian. Oh, that's interesting. So, okay, and then there's people that don't consider it, right? But I think that the most interesting groups are the people that would go against the grain, I guess you could say, right? The not essential to being Christian crowd of people. There are some people that still make that decision. So they're making that decision independently because they know it's the right thing to do, but they don't believe it's essential. And then there's people that believe it's essential, but they go against it anyway. Again, this just goes to show internal inconsistency within people's worldviews. Again, and let's say that you do the right thing for the wrong reason, right? I'm not against that, okay? It serves utility, right? But the correctness of Christianity is not dictated by how many good things or bad things Christians do, right? It's not a, I wouldn't say being built off lies, gotta be good faith. Just developed into something entirely different than what it aspired to be at first. That's the entire point. I'm not even Christian, I know this. But that's the thing, is I used to be Christian. So, it's... And again, not all Christianity is the same. There have been countless translations over time throughout the world. So there's definitely... But it's like, but there's no way to conclude... Here's the thing about religion, that the one good thing, right? Alright, I'll describe this quickly before I end stream, alright? Because it's getting a little bit late, alright? So, I'm gonna... Oh, wow, I still have Omegle open in the background, but I'm not talking to anybody. Because it still says stranger disconnected. Close all this, alright? Alright. So, the one good thing about religion, right, is it is a reason for people to come together to do things that they intuitively understand are correct, right? But at the end of the day, right, they're not... The reason it's good is not because of the correctness of the religion, right? But because it gives them an easy methodology for coming to similar conclusions to what I would come to, right? Yeah, it's good to help the poor. That's why I'm socialist adjacent. Obviously, they're not. They're less effective at practicing what they preach, frankly, and they're not even self-aware about it, right? New Testament is the newbie bullshit mistranslated. Well, nobody has the original manuscript for the Torah even, right? Like, again, I don't think that every aspect of religion is bad, right? Like, for instance, the idea that, oh yeah, it's good to be nice, be kind to thy neighbor, love thy neighbor. That's great. I agree with that. But things like, oh, it's important to dress modestly, or, oh, it's bad to be gay, or you're not allowed to do this or that, right? Once you use that as a justification to suppress people's rights, it becomes a problem, right? And that's why I believe religion itself, morally, is neither good nor bad. I believe that, maybe I believe that Christianity is most likely an incorrect worldview because it's internally inconsistent, illogical, etc., right? But I don't think you're a worse person if you believe in it. I think you're a worse person if you use it to do bad or do bad regardless, right? For instance, the idea, because the fact of the matter is, right, I can come to far better and more consistent conclusions than anything you'll ever find in the Bible or at a church, right? So rather than believing what other people tell you to believe, I think you should think for yourself, right? Because I believe that will serve you more utility, right? Now, there are people, if religious people on average are happier, right? Do you think that maybe the reason they're religious is because they're happy and not vice versa? Right? You don't know which one is the correlative factor, right? You don't know. Happiness could be causing them to have less of an aversion to religion, right? Right? Whereas if you're an unhappy person by default, you're probably going to be a lot more likely to question your religion. It's like, well, I'm doing everything right. I'm believing. I'm doing the best I fucking can, right? I've tried everything. It's like I genuinely, really, really valued this, right? And I did. Back when I was religious. Was I a happy person? No, not really. Disagree. Most fucked up places on earth are full of religious people. Yeah, exactly. It's like but it's used as a justification to do bad things, right? Whereas somebody like me doesn't get to do that. Funnily enough, you would think that somebody like me, whose entire framework is really built from existential, it's built from existentialist philosophy from the ground up, from ideas that I intuitively understand, right? You would think that somebody like me, who believes that the meaning of life is what is the meaning that you prescribe to it, right? You would think that somebody like me would be a less moral person, but it's quite the contrary, right? I think I'm a better person now than I was when I was religious, right? Religion was just an excuse for me to never change anything. Just do what's intuitively obvious. LOL, herder was my mindset, right? But it was intuitively obvious to me that it's actually okay for me to do bad things if I'm emotionally disconnected from them. I would feel guilt, surely, right? It's like, well, not exactly, right? There are things interpersonally that I might still do that go against my moral framework, right? For instance, the idea of because I used to be a very vengeful person. I mean, I still am somewhat spiteful, but I was like straight up like vengeful, right? I would be somebody that it's like, well, it feels right, I'm basically doing God's work for him. I mean, that's why he sends people to hell, right? So this intuitively makes sense, right? I'm doing the same thing, right? And then eventually I realized, well, no, this is wrong. Well, I realized it way later, but I realized, well, I stopped being religious first, and then later realized, oh, just because this person bullied me in 6th grade didn't mean that I needed to take it to the next level in 8th grade, right? I didn't need to, it's like, well, they weren't doing anything bad in 8th grade, right? But I wasn't willing to do the rehabilitative justice route that I would take now, right? Because the God that I believed in was very punitive. And that's my natural mindset. By default, I'm also somebody that thinks that way. It's intuitively obvious to me, right? You did more bad things when you were religious? Like what? Not considering the fucking... Like again, using religion as a justification to be bad to other people. It's like, well, they were bad first. Therefore, it's good for me to be bad back, right? So, but the way I would do it, you know, it wasn't even like oh, it's getting even, right? And maybe in my head it was. In my head it was getting even, right? But in reality, the punishment never fit the crime. I would go way overboard before I would feel like I had corrected the wrong. And I believed, well, this is, you know, if God didn't want me to do this, then I would feel guilty, right? And this is also something that set me down a different train of thought. Well, what about psychopaths? Once I found out that psychopaths are physically incapable of experiencing empathy, right, and don't experience remorse, they're not capable of it, I started to question, okay, so are they does that mean that the soul interfacing with the brain, the one interfacing with the psychotic brain, you know, just inherently just has a lower odds of going to heaven because, you know, obviously a brain like that doesn't feel remorse is not going to be de-incentivized from acting in ways that are morally wrong, right? And I went down that route, and I started thinking about that, right? Either way, it can be used as a justification. I mean, hell, I remember, you know, now this came from a place of repression, but I thought it was wrong to be gay because I was insecure about it, but I projected that insecurity onto God because I thought, oh, no, that's not my insecurity, that's just God, right? That was my interpretation of it. And I'm like, no, being gay is bad. That's against God, right? Now, you could say I was dumbass, but I was a little kid. Like, I was a smart kid. For my age, I was smart, right? It really is normal. What part of your past religion justified hurting people? The fact that I believed that I had some sort of connection with God. I believed that I would that God, if there's a God that has a morally correct position on everything, that he would want us to intuitively understand it, right? We don't have to read literature to understand what his position is on it. It would be ingrained in us, and while we have free will, right, we would feel things like guilt, for instance, if we do bad things, right? But I realized that this just isn't the case, right? You know, there are things that are bad that I might do, right? That I didn't feel remorse for, but I wouldn't do them anymore. Not just because I'm more mature and it's like, oh, well, I don't want to get in trouble for that, teehee, but because it goes against what I preach, it goes against my moral framework, because even though I don't directly feel guilty for it, I do with something, or maybe value certain things by default. I do value consistency. I mean, you're still smart for your age. I mean, I'm 19. I don't know. I mean, I think I'm smart in some ways. God has never judged people by their mental disorders, but that's a spectrum, right? Anyways, I'm gonna end stream now, right? But yeah, I'm getting tired, but yeah, that's like a spectrum, right? Where do you would have to have some sort of threshold, right? It's like, well, you know, what if you only experience like a little remorse for doing bad things, and it's like, what does or doesn't get classified as a mental disorder in the eyes of God, right? It's like, well, what is and isn't within your control? And I realized that everything in my brain is like such a complex series of neurochemical reactions, right? And that those are what caused me to have motives, to be emotionally driven to do things and to not do other things. It's what caused me to be me. And once I realized that, I think that's sort of the nail in the coffin, right? Job would stay loyal to him. Job tested, proved to Satan. Job would stay loyal to him no matter what. Job didn't have a mental disorder. maybe not him specifically, assuming that you know, he had reason to believe that God was real. Well, I don't know. Assume, like, again, internally speaking, maybe not. From an outside perspective, if that situation were to happen, if someone were to believe and believe and believe with no evidence or whatever, all right, I'm not going to argue over which version of Christianity is correct, because I think that they all suck. But yeah, I will see you all in the next one. Peace out, everybody. Faith, no matter what, is a mental disorder. True. I agree. It's like you've got to stop at some point, right? And again, I don't know. It's like, okay, the idea of, like, say, atheists going to hell, right? Well, that's fucked up, because ultimately the reason why somebody would come to the conclusion to be an atheist is because of the neurochemical reactions that occur within their brain that cause them to reach that conclusion, which they wouldn't have if they were built different. You know, they were born under different circumstances, with a different brain, with different neurochemical reactions, different upbringing, etc., right? Again, there's nowhere to draw the line. Hell as a concept is just wrong, period. It doesn't work. No omnipresent, all-loving God would send people to hell to be tortured for eternity. Anyways, goodbye, everybody. I will see you all in the next one. I am the line. Yeah, that's so true. That's relatable. Me, honestly. Anyways, goodbye. I will see you all in next video. Is the end of the stream? You better believe it is. I had fun. But I will see you all in the next one, because I've been meaning to end stream for a while. Cutie, I'm gonna stream snipe you next time. We already did that. VC, next time I typed too much. I mean, fair enough. I don't know. I think that religion in of itself is a moral neutral. I want to make that clear, right? The correctness is not dictated by the morality. I don't know. But I generally believe that having a good understanding of reality helps you come to good moral conclusions, right?